What? And the button's pressed.
Hello, everyone. We're back with these reprobates.
We're so back.
Why do you sound so upset?
Because
I'm back with these fucking reprobates.
Do you hate us that much?
Yes.
Don't you include yourself on
you are absolutely, you are the worst people I've ever DM'd for, and I've only DM'd for one group of people.
Yeah, you really DM'd for us.
Wait, you count us as people?
Wow, living by the concept of the glass is half empty. Wow, so rude.
Well, the glass is half full. It's a shame it's full of piss.
That's okay.
Anyway, last
we
we
love you too.
off, these fine folk have made their way to the capital city of Woodhav. And that's where our story continues, I suppose, right?
We did some things to some individuals. I heard too.
There was a long
you woke up from the dead, and then the sun decided you shouldn't have. And then through a very long series of misadventures, you wound up halfway across the world, eager to reclaim a kingdom that doesn't really even belong to you.
And several of us are now once more flesh automatons fueled nothing but by hate. We're the good guys.
Oh dear.
Jury's out on that one.
We're never the good guys in any campaign that we're in. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we are. Every
No,
campaign
we're literally not.
Every campaign I'm in, he says as he played a meth-fueled Nazi bug creature.
Yeah.
And that was before he even created a character, too.
Oh, I'm not Argentinian, you whore.
You don't have to be.
Don't accuse me of being fucking South American.
Okay, Brazilian.
Be perfectly honest, I don't know where Argentina is, aside from that they tried to steal some islands and lost, and still very, very, very mad about it.
Argentina aside.
Please.
After a long journey, your group enters Vedev, carried this far by your shared destinies. This, however, is where those destinies part, at least for a little while. Each of you being pulled by your own objectives in separate directions. Having made it to the capital, later than expected due to poor weather conditions and an ambush on the road, El hurriedly takes Car, River, and Talon towards the council hall, offering the rest of the party only a brief goodbye and an invitation to the wedding to be held early spring 3 months from now. The rest of the group says their goodbye and scatters, each off to achieve their own objective. Who should I start with first? I was gonna start with Aethif, but his player isn't even fucking here.
Go down in alphabetical order. Amaryllis next.
Yeah.
Frick. Am I supposed to say something?
Alright. I'll do Chun first. Chun, you find yourself outside of the carriage, with not much to do except stare lovingly at Aura. And seeing your predicament, she decides to invite you to go drinking with her.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. One moment. Let me swap the scene to a bar.
Wait, you're Asian. You can't drink.
Look,
What
being
Asians have
Asian
you
is-
seen?
And drink.
There's no way that you can hold your alcohol. You're gonna pass out within the first or second drink. It's gonna be ridiculous. You're literally gonna get robbed.
It's not like I have much.
It's not like I have.
Good thing that she's a sword saint that doesn't use a sword.
Yeah. Great sword swallower
Listen.
right here.
Literally going to be like the way of the drunken fist at this rate.
Any fist, she knows gonna be drunken if she gets drunk. Navigating through the city streets of Vedev, Aura seems to have some experience in this matter. She takes you to a small but cozy tavern. As you approach, the smell of warm food fills your lungs, though it does not sate your hunger.
Excuse me.
Aura is greeted by the bartender. It appears she's a regular here. She orders her usual drink and sits down, inviting you to join her.
Well, seeing how Chan has no idea about the local drinks, she orders whatever Aura had and joins her.
Alright. Two of you sit down and get to talking. Give me a roll to see how well you handle your drinks.
Yo! Crit, fail, crit, fail, crit, fail.
White girl wasted any percent.
Alright, it's a 3. It's
darn.
fine.
Roll to see how Aura does in handling her drinks.
Aura got a 5, don't worry about it.
Order.
Right. The conversation topic slowly drifts towards family. Notably, Chun doesn't have much left, aside from the Absolute himself. And he could hardly be considered a normal family member. Aura, on the other hand, seems to have been a black sheep in her own family. This whole ill-conceived quest to fetch a dead man's bones, which turned into fetching the dead man himself, seems to have been a way to try and fix that issue. Now that she succeeded, she's not sure whether she should go home and receive praise or go home and gloat about it.
Gloating sounds like a nice idea.
The drunker she gets, the more she seems to agree with you.
No! No, it's so bad.
Look, Chan is many things. Humble is not one of them.
Didn't she have an entire statue, like,
Straight
Sort
is
of-
not one of them either.
created in
She has
honor
a
or
giant
something?
statue.
Yes, but she didn't have those. She didn't have that one constructed, from what I remember, right?
It wasn't her or
No,
the-
she was a bit
she
busy
complains.
being dead.
Yeah. That being said, she was a massive glory hog. Alright, the hours grow long, and the two of you, having drank way more than you should have, decide that going home in this state is probably not preferable. So you decide to acquire a room. And that's where I'll leave the two of you off for now. During that time, Amaryllis, what would you have been doing? You're in a strange city. Not much.
Okay.
You don't know much about the place.
Where are we? We're currently in the city right now, and what is surrounding me?
Hard for you to tell. You've never been here. It's not like you have a bird's eye view of the place.
I can literally look around me at this, like, surrounding buildings and find out what interests me.
Alright. Give me a roll.
Alright. Why am I rolling for buildings?
You're rolling for perception.
Oh, I see. I can see some stuff. White.
Alright. In the distance you see a faint hue shift. The type of thing you see when one of the members of your cult is nearby.
Oh my goodness.
It
My
seems to be
eyes
approaching you.
light up. My eyes light up, and I just charge forward to this shifting light that I am so familiar with.
It seems to be a thin man. Wearing some sort of large coat. No hat. Nothing to cover his head. And seeing you approach him, he waves at you.
I enthusiastically wave back. Hello! Hello, fellow member!
Shush! Not out loud.
Oh, sorry. I just sorry. going into this
I've-
town for the first time. I haven't seen anybody else, so I got so excited.
Well, most of us are busy. We're
Ooh.
preparing something big, but it's not here. I was sent here to see if I could find any more members to recruit. Shall I say?
Of course.
He would give you directions to a small village named Lossberg. It is near the coast, bordering Willand. It's a couple of days' ride from here. However, he has prepared a carriage with other participants, so you're free to accompany them. Should you
Okay.
choose to do so.
Well, being so enthusiastic about my fellow members, I will probably 1,000% go.
All right, that's you for now. Let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who shall be next. George, or should we do
Yeah.
Arizim? Whichever one of you wants to go next.
Do Harrison first, if you'd like.
Arizim, are you even here?
No.
I suppose we're doing George.
Okay.
George, you find yourself also in a strange city. However, you have somewhat of a goal. You, of course, want to find what happened to the rest of your family. Perhaps start by looking at local blacksmiths. However, before you get around to doing so, you're approached by Elzid, the spider member of the group you were traveling with. He appears to have a favor to ask of you. You see, he needs a wedding present constructed for the wedding that's coming in 3 months' time, and he doesn't really know a better blacksmith, so he would be willing to contract you.
I can tell you now, there are no better blacksmiths. Not here. And certainly not back in the Empire, considering my kin never took up my craft. What a gift. What's
He doesn't have
specific?
much to offer in coin. However, he is willing to let you use a forge that his family owns in the city. You're welcome to stay there free of charge and work on your own projects as well, provided you construct this gift for him.
Of course, work comes first. Well, have you got anything in mind? Is there anything specific you'd be interested in? I need something to work on.
Let's see. Well, considering the married person is about to be king, perhaps a crown would be fitting.
Another crown.
All right. I can make a crown. I can make a pair, even. You'll have to supply
wonderful.
them all.
Of course, part of the contract.
Make sure that the forge lets no light in. You know the condition that I work under.
Of course.
All right.
That would be you for now. Is Arizim here? Or Morkant, rather?
Yes.
All right.
Use quiet.
Wonderful. So, Morkant, you find yourself in a strange city. However, this isn't a strange corner of the Empire for you. You once traveled here as part of a delegation from your land, but this was almost 100 years ago. Back then, you were occupied with experiments into the nature of magic. Experiments you were never able to finish due to your untimely demise. You could attempt to continue those, if you so desire.
Yeah, well, 100 years is a bit much for. I'm assuming not much of what I might have had here would remain
That is
in place.
true.
But I suppose it's worth just going to check what happened to whatever lair I had or whatever.
Alright. Sure, give me a roll.
Womp womp.
Alright. You are unable to find where you used to be. It seems that the time has weathered away all evidence of your existence here. If you wish to continue the research that you once made steps into, you're gonna have to do it from scratch.
Which means library.
You could search for a library, or you could search for a place to set up a laboratory and start work right away. It's up to you.
Library.
Alright. Give me a roll to see if you can, or see how long it'll take you to find one. Fortunately for you, the old library is in the same position in the city, even if the city has grown around it somewhat. Let me swap to library background. There. As you entered, you're quietly greeted by the librarian at the front, and he asks you if you can assist with something.
Morkant would just shoo him off, I guess, and explore on his own.
Alright, let's leave you there for now. Looking for anything that might be of value. Car.
Yes.
L is dragging you by the hand through the streets of Vedev. The city has changed quite a bit in your absence, but you're still gripped with nostalgia about the place. Some streets are almost untouched, while others don't even exist anymore. However, the city's past is less of an object as you approach the looming building. For here is where its future will be decided.
Council building?
It is the council building.
Sweet.
The guards greet Elle with a quick salute. They seem almost scared of her. And they do not even question the rest of you who are walking in behind her.
Rest of you being...
As you approach, the rest of
specifically
you being River, Talon, and you.
car. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
As you approach the council building, Elle tells you to stay quiet for the time being. She wants the declaration that you're still alive to have the proper impact when she delivers it.
Fair enough.
And she asks the same of Talon, and River is nowhere to be seen. She appears to have slinked off to join the Abyssal Court's side of the table. Alright, let's see. You enter. Immediately, your L is questioned by the Ostwinds. She has called for an emergency meeting of the session and then showed up late. This is a grave injustice indeed. How dare someone of the court, but yada yada yada. She isn't particularly interested in them, as it appears they do this every single time.
Have the Osvins changed much since Carr was last there?
In appearance, not particularly. In demeanor, they seem to have only gotten worse.
Fun.
Alright, let's see. After a brief greeting to everyone in the council, Elle gets to the point rather quickly. She says that the long-lost king of Willen has returned, and that the council shall be disbanded, possibly for the final time sometime in the future. This meets protestations from the three other factions, that being the Iron Claw Coalition, the Weavers of Chakra, and the Royalists, all not trusting your nature. They recognize you as a Callisto, at least the Iron Claw Coalition does. However, they do not believe your car. This is some ploy by L to usurp power.
How nice of them to remember me.
Anyone could be made into a lookalike with enough magic. How can you prove that you are who you are?
Well, much of the tattoos have been gone since his demise, so I'd assume some magic itself would suffice.
Oh, anyone can do magic. I need something more concrete from you.
Let's see, concrete.
How is it that you've survived this long without even seemingly aging?
I have picked up some long lost arts in my travels. My unwilling retreat from these lands. Partaking mystic wisdom.
The members of the Ironclaw Coalition speak up. An unwilling retreat? Were you some sort of coward that fled?
Hence the word unwilling. I would not have left my kingdom in such a state, and I would not have let it fall to such a sorry state of lost nearly half of its territory. Only thanks to L, I suppose we still have cities remaining.
L may have kept the center stable, but it's us who've done the job of securing the border, at least from the compact side. We can nary afford a weak ruler at this time. You are challenged to a duel later on after the council session to determine your might. As it
And
were.
what might the name of the duelist be?
They whisper amongst each other for a little while. I suppose a caster ought to face a caster. You shall be facing my daughter, Sabina. An older-looking werewolf man says.
And what is the one that offers his daughter in his stead?
I could tear you apart with a thought. I simply feel it must be fair to do so.
And I asked
And,
the question because of formalities at court. I suppose you have names?
The name is Hadrian. Not that a fraud like you deserves it.
And whose son are you, Hadrian?
God damn it, don't make me look through the fucking family tree, you son of a bitch.
Well, I mean, you did, you know.
I have it prepared, but like, come on.
It's Marcus, by the way.
I know. I'm Hadrian, son of Marcus, son of Terry Callisto.
Carr has emotions flash upon his face. And is... Well, I assume not, since he was not the youngest, but what was Marcus's fate?
He is passed. In combat, as a proper warrior should.
He was a proper son, then.
They seem to be rather upset at this, considering they still view you as just a power play by Al, really.
And when shall I be meeting my duelist great-granddaughter?
First thing at dawn tomorrow. Unless you're a coward and wish to abdicate now.
It is a great shame that I shall be arriving first to teach family a lesson on recognizing what blood is theirs.
The Weavers of Chakra have been mostly quiet this entire time. They don't approve of you, but they're still waiting to see how the situation shakes out. The Ostwinds, on the other hand, are furious. Give me a roll for perception, or rather for intrigue, I suppose.
Damn.
Alright, seems their anger is entirely justified, and that you see no fault with their arguments.
Yeah, it's too early to say hero diet.
Is it now?
Yeah, I believe so.
Alright. The session of court goes on like this for what feels like hours. Questions berated at both you and Elle. Notably, the Abyssal Court seems both content and quiet about this matter. They occasionally consult what appears to be a lawyer-looking figure, however, they don't object to anything said. The court adjourns. Most people unhappy with its outcome, however, your presence in Willand has been established, and from there you'll have to work.
Oh, fantastic.
On to back to other people. Who was first? It was Chun. Chun, you wake up in the same bed as Aura.
Okay.
Roll for hangover.
I knew it. I literally knew that this was gonna happen. I literally knew it. Honestly, me suggest.
In fact, you wish you hadn't woken up. The pillows may be soft, but the world is harsh and cruel and very, very painful. The sun, which was a malevolent demiurge even before it became a demon, stares harshly through the windows. It takes you a bit of time, but you recuperate. Aura seems to have handled the drink better than you have this time.
Typical.
Not really typical. I mean, Aura did pass out just instantly last time, so you know.
Mm-mm.
Anyways. Let's see. Right. After you've collected yourselves, Aura asks you to visit the in-laws with her, as it were. You're not married yet, but doesn't stop Aura from acting like it. And she could use some backup to gloat.
Damn, she's aggressive.
Why do you like that?
Yes.
Well, off to meet. What's his name? Could you post the family tree again?
That is indeed something I can do.
I should pull out the figures. This is Aura's family. At least the living relatives. Did I pull it? No, I pulled the wrong one out for Sabina. Hold on. That's not the image that's supposed to be there.
Take it. This is Hadrian.
Posting in mechanical
Yes.
autism.
That would be Hadrian.
Damn, you're seeing your sister-in-law go into a duel tomorrow. Or, no, today.
Yes. After everyone's had enough filled looking at the overly large family tree.
Well, off to meet him, I guess.
I
Maybe
have a
a bit
feeling
of
you
anger.
didn't pick people specifically for their, lineage and power, but for their tit size at this point.
I'm dead.
Why? Just because you'd never make that list?
No. The large tits are a Callisto trait.
I see. Well, it would make sense why he had massive ones for a while.
In any case, you and Aura make your way to the home that their side of the family occupies, and find it strangely empty. Instead of gloating, you appear to begin looking for the family. Hell, for anyone to gloat at this point.
Not even a servant.
Give me a roll.
Five.
Alright, you hear the telltale sounds of magic being fired off somewhere in the woods behind the property.
Well, off to where the sound is.
Yes. You find Aura's sister, Sabina. She appears to be busy practicing. So much so that she doesn't even notice you approach. Aura clears her throat like 3 times, just in an attempt to get any attention. But Sabina seems to be more focused on her targets than the rest of the world.
With a sigh, John throws a fireball at one of the targets.
Alright, give me a roll. Let's see if you hit. And I'll say with your modifier, it's not a moving target. The target combusts into flames, which is enough to get Sabina's attention. And Aura strikes up a pose, very smug very proud of herself. Sabina does not seem amused by this. So, the prodigal daughter returns. Just as you've come just in time to make my life more difficult than it already is. The two pick her for a while. Aura isn't sure what Sabina's talking about. She's not even sure why she's practicing her magic. Until they both realize that they're talking about one and the same thing. The matter of Kara Callisto's return. The family affair gets rather awkward, and I'm pretty sure Chun would stay out of it for the most part, right?
She's inexperienced when concerning family, and she's hungover. So yeah.
All right. Let's leave you there for now. Who's next? Sally, or Amaryllis, rather.
Yes.
You've been traveling for a while now, and you get to talking to some of the other cult members in the carriage.
Yes.
They're mostly the disaffected sort, poor farmers down on their luck, or people who've no home to call their own.
Right.
You do, however, meet a rather interesting man. He appears to be missing an arm and a leg. Says some evil witch took it as part of a ritual payment that she never ended up fulfilling.
Oh. Where were you when this happened?
I was the lands of the Republic, farther east.
And through this, I think I'm going to assume that I vaguely remember. That is for roughly the region where I was from, because
yes,
because I recognize that name a bit. I want to make sure that like these are the same lands of my people, since I really don't know what has become of that land in the past 100 years.
Give me a roll. Let's see if we can.
Oh frick! I don't know how to reload. There we go. But you. Oh, jeez, just barely.
You can determine that he is talking about your lands, but you don't get much detail on the witch herself. Could be any number of witches that away. You
so that
continue...
land. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No.
How long does the history of your land go back?
A long while. So far back that nobody really remembers who lived there.
So with confirmation that this might be the land where she is from, and that she's like, maybe realize that this was the same person that he also encountered. I'm just gonna be like, where did you find her? In what part of the woods?
He can't really recall the exact details. She was part of a traveling group of sorcerers and witches.
That's
the type they warn you not to make deals with, but you do anyways because
right.
It seems convenient.
Right. Okay. How long ago was this?
Must be some 5 years now.
5 years ago. Oh, Okay, on the one hand, I did totally kill the rat. And that's totally on me. However, I want my body back.
Understandable.
So is this going to be the okay, I wanted Hey, let's make a deal. Do you want to get that witch back and make sure you get your limbs back?
He thinks about it for a while. That is why I joined this cult, I suppose.
Anybody else you know that has encountered her and had the same issue?
Well, not really. Most people in his village are smart enough to steer away.
What's your name again? He doesn't have a name, does he?
He doesn't have a name. He's a fucking
Charles.
fuck do you expect me to put names to people? Get out of here.
Charles, we're gonna make a pact.
I had to make all the other NPCs that names.
Yo, did you? Was that
Listen,
Verdon's
I
job?
ran out of
That's
my
wild.
name's budget, alright?
My name's budget. All right. Charles, you and me, let's make a pact here. We'll get your limbs back and I'll get my body back. How does that sound?
I don't really think I'm into making pacts anymore. He points to his missing limbs.
Oh, where do you think I got this body from? I also had a horrible encounter with a horrible woman of the woods.
Well, you do trust each other implicitly because you're in the cult.
Yes.
So,
I will make him
says-
a main character.
he says he's willing to. Says he's willing to help out, but right now,
I want to make a blood
cult
pact with
business-
him. Can I convince
cult
him to make
business
a blood
takes
pact with
priority.
me?
You don't know how to make a blood pact. You're not a fucking wizard. Get out of here.
You have to ask Carr for that.
Yeah.
Frick, he's not here. He doesn't care. And he doesn't care.
Yeah,
Carr
because
would
you don't
never
have
care.
a convincing reason to say how you know this person to make a pact with.
What did I call him? Charles. I'm gonna I'm gonna call him a different name every single time I see him at this point. It's not gonna be good.
Hey, O'Malley.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's leave you off there for now. You're about to arrive, but we can handle that
Aggressively
later.
attempting to make a blood pact that I can't make, just with enthusiasm as he leans away.
Right. George,
Yes.
you have been spending your time working in a forge mostly.
Yep.
Give me a roll to see how well your progress is coming along. Someone roll for him, I guess, because he
Oh,
can't,
basically.
because he's a bitch who hasn't
Count
prepared
on
his PC.
3.
It's,
Hang on. I
it's
think I have
decent
the
progress.
+2 with blacksmithing as well.
You got plus
Um,
3, I think. Yeah.
You
It
should.
should be. I'll double check now.
To brag that you're the best blacksmith in the continent.
Best blacksmith
Yeah.
only plus 2.
Hang on. Let's see. I misplaced my thread. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, right. Yeah, it's a +3. Yeah, smithing +3.
All right. So progress is coming along nicely. However, as much as you want to be able to, not even you can just lock yourself away in a dungeon and work forever. You grow bored just sitting, working on the same thing 24/7. And your mind drifts to your family, I suppose. Let's call it.
Yeah.
You're not sure what became of them, and you'd very much like to find out, I imagine.
I would. So I suppose when in the time I'm not working, George will make his way down to, I suppose, the would the library be the correct one to go to?
Well, it's a place to start.
Yeah, all right. George will. Is the library open at night? Is the important thing. Is it 24 hour?
No, it is not.
All right. George will just put in a letter to Carr and his sort to see if he can get a pass made for George.
It's gonna wait till after a duel, I suppose.
Well, this would be happening after the duel. The duel is
Okay.
like... We're doing this a bit out of sequence just because I want everyone to have something to do instead of just sitting around, you know?
Surely.
Yeah.
And lastly, Morkant, if he's still around.
Here's him. Where art thou?
I think he
Here.
unmuted himself. Alright. You were searching through the library. Give me a roll to see if you found anything of value.
Hard not to.
Well, of course, but alright. You find a couple of books that pique your interest. Things that aren't directly related to the topic you're researching, but are books discussing a more detailed theory of magic. Things you haven't, or things that haven't really been discovered or confirmed back when you were still alive. You understand magic somewhat innately, but understanding the deeper mysteries of it requires proper study. What exactly are you attempting to do with your research?
Find a way to change how magic works, basically, or find
right.
new ways of using it.
Right. There is an interesting field. There's a substance, let's call it, world essence, as the book describes it. It appears to be where all magic originates from, but world essence itself is incredibly stubborn. It does not like to be worked or changed in pretty much any way. However, the magic it gives off is very malleable. It's rather strange the way it works. However, you note something interesting in the pages of the book. The only real source, or rather use, of this world essence that has been found has been by a peculiar species of glowing golden flower.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, we need
You
to
have
get
a-
more of that.
You have a thread to
law.
pull on. You have a thread to pull on now. However, this would require you to have a workshop of your own. Going about acquiring a workshop would be rather pricey, but you could attempt to get someone to sponsor you instead.
Or we might find just a cave in the woods.
You could, but the instruments itself, like the instruments that would be required to work magic, shall we
Yeah,
say,
yeah, I
are
guess.
pricey in and of themselves. It's
more
not
of
so
a
much the location.
high
It's
tech magic. High tech magic universe. Yeah.
because this isn't just you casting a few spells. This is trying to like precisely pluck at the strings of magic, essentially. And the flower itself, it's in the party's possession as a whole, but I believe it was staying with Verdant, or with Carr, rather.
Yeah, Car's been in possession of all the flowers directly this whole time. He's got the drip feed.
I got
Yes.
the book on the lilies.
Now I wonder how many we have. Did we gather?
I think it
them
was between 6 and 8 samples.
You gathered the total of 8 samples. Anytime you tried to gather more, seemingly some evaporated away.
Well, I guess we turn the sample into potions itself, didn't we? Or, no, I would just keep the pure samples.
Yeah. In any case, your thoughts are to find wherever the hell Carr went off to and get the flower off him first. That's the easy part, so you'll do that first. Right?
Well, actually, Morkant isn't retarded, so he knows that if we just gather the flowers by tearing them from their roots or whatever they have, we might have ruined them. So, would he remember like how we gathered them? Did we like dig them out whole or something?
The flower you specifically had was in a planter. However,
pot.
the flowers themselves, a special pot. However, you remember the flowers themselves were an incredible pain to attempt to farm. They wouldn't wilt or die or anything. You could pull out the entire thing by the root, and the thing would still function as a normal plant. They're incredibly resilient. However, again, growing them and getting them to produce world essence was the tricky part.
So we do have.
You have a functional sample, probably the only one in existence that's been transplanted.
Samples that we could
yes,
basically get some agricultural expert, tell him make more of these. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Give me a roll. See if you can find a book on the matter.
Carr has a book on the matter.
All right, that's a pretty good roll. You would find that the flowers themselves are a massive pain in the ass to grow. They will not take wherever anyone attempts to plant whatever part of them they think is a seed, but they don't seem to seed at all. They seem to just sort of naturalistically sprout out of the ground wherever the hell they feel like. There was an attempt to mass produce them in the Malvis Cordon. However, the magicians who did that, as well as most of the Malvis Cordon, met a terrible fate. The book doesn't specify exactly what happened to them or why, but you have heard from the necromancer in the past that the Malvis Cordon is, well, not a nice place to be.
It's also their base of operations.
Closer to where they were expecting to meet you, but... So simply planting the thing isn't really an option.
So they basically just sprout out of the ground wherever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like dwarves.
So
there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason that anyone has figured out as of yet.
Well, then we need to. We need to.
Well,
Someone
you
has
can focus your
figured
research
out.
on that.
So yeah, we're going to. Yeah. Morkant wants to find out why the fuck these grow and what the fuck is making them Yeah, etc. Some ley line bullshit or whatever.
Well, let's say that's it for you for now and go to Car. You have rested somewhat decently after the session. Not particularly perturbed by your duel. After all, your card Callisto, you're not gonna lose, right?
No.
Right?
Definitely not. Not to some upstart youngling that bears his name.
So, you meet at dawn at the specified location. There's a proper dueling ground for these types of things in the courtyard of the council building. You can imagine that the Ironclaw Coalition specifically had a place like that built, settling disputes and all that, right?
Yep.
And opposed you stands a somewhat young-looking wolf girl. Chun and Aura are also in the audience, though you're not sure who invited them.
They seem
Because
to be
they
getting along
invite
well.
themselves.
Yes, they seem to go wherever the hell they please, don't they? And Sabina bows before entering a combat stance. She doesn't even exchange a greeting with you. It seems to be straight to business.
They don't teach you manners these days, do they? Well, you face the only Car Callisto.
She doesn't respond to the provocation. Instead, lobbing a probing fireball at you.
No, we're not doing this with our decks.
There's no reason. Not
All right.
really. I'll just say you've. I mean, I could pull out the decks, but do you really want to?
No, it's a pretty equal fight.
Yeah.
All right. So, was it like a weak fireball or something?
It was a cantrip, basically.
Well, the cantrip can be blocked with. Can't be blocked with a cantrip. It's blocked with a simple spell.
Yeah.
And then in retaliation, Car uses authority to stun her.
Give me a roll.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, that's a sec. Okay. A chill runs up both your spines. Using authority, you seem to have gone even somewhat overboard doing so. She falls to the ground, unable to resist the word.
All right. Car takes the decorative sword from his side and points it at Sabina, saying, "Concede."
She is spiteful. However, she's clever enough to know when she's beat, and she does, in fact, concede.
Hadrian looks over to Hadrian. Does this suffice for display?
A display of might, at the very least. He looks somewhat disappointed in Sabina, but he's not the type to understand magic. It's all flashy fireballs to him, not mind manipulation.
Then Car consults Sabina. You should not have held back, child.
She looks at you and says, "This was meant to be a test. Suppose you passed. Haven't seen that sort of authority from most of my kin. Even my mother fails to put that type of power out."
It is a most despicable type of magic, but it does not physically harm the opponent. He offers Sabina a hand, helping her up.
She takes it. And, alright, hold on, give me a roll.
Modified by any skills?
No. Oh, it's a perception roll, I suppose.
Okay, 3.
Alright. It's not something that's easily noticeable, so that's not a success. She does concede that you might, in fact, be the Car Callisto, though her reasoning for this remains vague.
You know what? I'm going to use one of the hero die.
You can tell that she sniffed your hand when you got close enough.
Okay then.
Well, that's it for the duel. Let's go back to Wolf Saddler, I guess. Wolf Saddler, you find yourself watching the duel, and the martial aspects of it seem rather obvious to you. What strikes you is the fact that there seems to be so much pretense to the entire thing. This isn't how you would conduct a duel. This seems too formal. Of course, the entire way the court behaves is strange to you. You know that you're technically a representative of the Absolute here. And you wonder, maybe you should find a way to fix your lack of courtly manners.
Does River get
Yeah.
another disciple?
Perhaps. Well, first things first, this Hadrian guy looked important, so John is going to approach him and introduce herself.
He sees you spending time with Aura, and he introduces himself as Hadrian Callisto.
John Fengwan, Sword Saint of the Absolute. A pleasure to meet you.
As you shake hands, it turns more into a contest of who can squeeze harder. Give me a roll. It's an opposed roll against his. So that's 4 versus... What else is dice? Tell him the fucking cannon. I guess that means you win. Impressive grip. Especially for a lady.
Yes, I train hard.
So, I see you're a friend of Aura.
Yes, she's a great fighter. The first one to beat me, actually.
So she is good for something. I hear that it's partly her responsibility for bringing this man claiming to be Car Callisto into the capital. And with that display, I'm starting to think that even if he isn't the Car Callisto, his power is rather befitting of a king. Don't tell him I said that, though. don't want him to get complacent.
Man, I didn't know the wolves were tsundere.
Ah, so that's why Aura is the black sheep, because she isn't.
Bright claims he's in the
Exactly.
walls, so therefore the walls are tsundere.
How dare you?
You laughed.
But
You know
do
it was
they
good.
scream Barker as you walk by?
Baka
They hit
is
you if you
blushing.
walk too close.
Smacks. That's literally the door smacking you on the way out.
No, that's yeah. Fuck. It's quite the pervy one then, considering the handle placement in the arse.
Anyway, enough about walls and how you want to penetrate them or whatever.
No, just don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
All right, how will you want to be penetrated by a door or whatever?
Anyway, let's forget that.
Yes, let's forget that weird disruption. Yes. So, how do you go about trying to acquire this strange esoteric knowledge of how to behave at a court?
She's just going to ask Hadrian. Say,
Hey, father,
I
can
do
you
not-
teach me?
Say,
Father-in-law.
about these court customs here in Willand. Do you happen to have someone who could teach me?
We're unfortunately rather busy. Aura might be able to teach you, but she's not one for behaving at court. Aura winks at you.
Any
I
recommendation?
would. Who would he suggest?
Well, unfortunately, his daughter's busy.
Yeah, he wouldn't suggest any of the harpies because
They are harpies.
they don't make good teachers. He can't really recommend any of his family because they're all rather busy, especially now that Car's back. I don't think he has any suggestions, or at least not any that his character would give.
No butlers, no stewards.
Aura could. Aura does offer to teach you, but she isn't the best at it.
Gotta start somewhere.
Well, Ash can teach her. Student teaching a student.
Suppose I could attempt to teach someone something. However, well, I suppose if Car would allow it. I mean, it's his summon.
Well, I'm pretty sure his summon's still learning from River, so I guess Chun just joins the class. Inadvertently wasting more time that you could be spending with
Aura would probably recommend River if you wanted to get really good at it. Of course, River might ask for a favor or something in return. Never know with the fish people.
God, this is why they're kicked out of all landlocked countries.
You're not kicked out of all landlocked countries.
Only
Just
119 of them.
Actually, in the library, I checked up. Those numbers are outdated. It's much more than
Fact check, this is false. It's actually way more.
All right. Enough comparing the fish to certain other groups.
Those damn goblins.
Goblins with their large noses and
Hmm.
Interesting.
You know, for some reason, back as a soldier, they would. Other countries would always complain I was being paid to fight those. It's weird. Like the weirdest insults
Look,
poured at me.
let's stop talking
Anti-dogmatic.
about mermaids, our greatest ally.
The mermaids being your greatest ally is probably like unironically true, though.
It is unironically true at this point, yes.
Just let Hedy will sniff you.
Hmm. I don't think he'd be a fan of sniffing other men, but
What? Hello?
Yeah.
yes, hello.
Man sniffer.
You like
He's not
sniffing
you.
boys, don't you?
You're a
Jesus
boy.
Christ,
You like
get some
boys. Oh, you like boys.
Get some help.
Ew.
Get some help.
You're cooties.
Obtain assistance.
Boy sniffer.
Why are both of you on the same page and that page is wrong?
But you're the one who handed us the book, motherfucker.
Boy sniffer. Boy smell.
Like sniffing boys. No, not the book. No.
All in favor of banning the two of them from the campaign.
Aye.
Same brain cells. Same brain cells.
Okay.
The quantum brain cells.
Please continue on before I lose my mind in boy smell.
With our suggestion.
Phrasing.
Stop sniffing boys.
My phrasing was
All right.
intentional.
With Aura's suggestion, I didn't hear that last part, Will Sadler, because idiots
Join
interrupted.
group as class.
Ah, all right. Oh, but River's so terribly busy with terribly busy already teaching Ash. Maybe if you could do her a favor, you know, she'd really appreciate getting some time off. You know, something she doesn't have to do herself.
Well, that
Maybe if
really
you could
depends.
distract the big dragon lady from Talon for a bit.
I only promise to try.
All right, that's all. We'll leave it, I think, for Will Sadler. Amaryllis, your carriage arrives at
Yes.
the excavation site. Hold on, let me swap over to the scene.
Am I literally going to be on the wrong side of the war?
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, let's go.
1 moment. There. Being swapped it.
What broken bed? Oh.
No,
Yeah,
Sally's
sorry
not
about
available. Move furniture.
Stop! No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, I don't want to
Yes.
move your furniture for you. I don't want to. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if your bed's
No,
broken,
I'm not
your
talking to
door's
you.
mine.
No, I'm talking. I'm known as the person who moves furniture. Yeah. Don't you laugh at my predicament?
She knows.
Say
Well,
hi to my
anyway.
mom as well, Sally. It's been a while since I've seen the in-law.
Anyways, you arrive at the excavation site. It's been a few days' travel now. You see a large cliffside. In that cliffside, carved an ancient ruin of some variety. Scaffolding placed along the walls appears to show the people excavating it. As you approach, a member of the cult instructs you to introduce yourself to a man by the name of Father Sirik. He appears to be in charge of the operation.
Wonderful. What does he look like?
Like this.
the Pope.
Not everyone in the silly hat is the Pope, Sally.
I don't know. He's got a big circular staff. It's the Pope.
Does the Pope have a big circular staff?
Yes.
You should probably get that checked out.
How do you know what the Pope's staff looks like, Sally?
What
It's
is
disgusting.
What is Father Cyric saying?
He appears to be instructing new recruits, getting a look at them, judging what they'd be good for and whatnot. And as your group approaches, he singles you out specifically.
Oh, I wonder why. I have no idea why you would single out a massive spider lady.
Well,
Go on.
truth be told, there's other spider people here. There's people of all types here.
Well,
However,
so we're not a racist cult.
No. In fact, you're a cult for the downtrodden, which means you're inherently, like, non-racial.
No, so they let everyone into the cult these days.
I know, right?
In any case, he singles you out. He says that they've been looking for people who were somewhat good at combat.
Oh, great.
Specifically, the dungeon diving variety. They would like to enter deeper, but they've no idea what lives inside those ruins, if anything.
Are we gonna get our Danmachi arc in this? Is this what this is?
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you.
Like, are we going to encounter any hot enemy women? That's what I'm asking.
I don't think so, but
okay.
I'm not sure what you consider hot or a woman.
No. Okay, well anyways, yeah, okay. And of course, me being extremely ecstatic for any sort of part in like a group that doesn't hate me. Of course. Where is this dungeon and when can I start?
He points to the big cliff ruin thing.
Okay.
He says that you're not looking for. He says that you're not looking for treasure. In fact, there's unlikely to be any inside. You're looking for. You're looking for monuments, murals, anything, anything to do with writing, anything of that variety. You're trying to find information on the people who used to live here. It appears that they too worshipped this cult, though they did it differently.
So, the people who used to be in this, I guess, underground cave dungeon, now they are no longer there. Okay. Wait, what?
It was buried with time.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so these people are basically long gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all that's left is any sort of enemies. Who can I drag along with me?
Well, Cyric's assigning the roles, and there's a couple of other people who are combat capable, but they aren't on your level. They were former guards, maybe militia members, that type of individual. You would essentially be expedition leader.
Ah, okay. All right. I'm very excited to do this for our great overlord. When do I start?
You can start tomorrow, I suppose. The others will show you to a tent where you can stay.
Do you have anything for me for this expedition? Anything I can take with me? Come on.
Torches will be provided, obviously. There'll be bags to carry anything out that you deem valuable.
No magical protection item or anything.
There'll be climbing
Overlord?
tools. The Overlord will protect you himself if need comes. Father Cyric would join you, but he has to oversee the entire operation of the camp.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Night falls, and there is a sermon held. Father Sirik giving words of praise to the people working. Food is distributed. It's a very lovely affair, really. Cozy, even one might say.
Oh. Oh my.
Yes. However, not all good things can last, and soon enough, it's morning, and your expeditionary fleet has to set off. Right. So, you find yourself at the entrance of the ruin. Inside, there doesn't seem to be any writing on the walls. Nothing of note in the first few rooms. Of course, people have already been in those. They have looked through the entrance. However, a hole downwards opens up. It's difficult for the others to traverse, but you have a rather easy time of it considering your spider nature.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, easily do get over things.
Yes. The others use climbing tools and other sort of gear to try and traverse, but you seem to consistently outpace them, always being first in and
Can I wrap one of
checking
them
out
up in my
the-
webbing and chuck them over to the next position?
suppose you could. Suppose nothing's stopping you.
I'm dragging one with me. I don't care which. So I'm just like, I get overly attached to one of the guards and I just like spin my web around them and I just run him and said, "You're coming with me, you know that, right?" Then he just looks at me in terror.
He seems to protest this, but he can't really stop you.
Yeah.
All right. You descend even deeper. These parts of the ruin are flooded. So far, there hasn't been any trouble except for a couple of bats that flew through out of the exit. However, now that you've reached the flooded portion, you can sense something in the water.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can I see it from here, or do I have to interact with it?
Give me a roll. See if you can see it.
All right. Let's see if I can see it. Ah! Frick.
No.
No.
You can definitely tell it's there. The water's moving in a way that it shouldn't down here, especially with the lack of wind or anything to really disturb it. However, you can't really tell what it is.
Okay.
It seems black, and the darkness just envelops it.
Frick. What's the cult god name? I forgot.
You don't have a name for him.
Oh. Oh, great one. Give me your divine powers to show me the creature that is beyond these depths, and if it is you, show thine face.
Nothing happens.
You're so mean to me. So I can't do a deity roll? A deity summons roll?
If you could just summon the thing, the cult wouldn't be going through all this effort.
That is a good point. Okay. Frick. I don't know. Do I even have to acknowledge it? Because like I don't want to go in there and like have a problem, but at the same time,
it's the way forward.
all right. I don't need to breathe, right? These guys do, though.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave them
Actually,
up here.
I think you do need to breathe because you chose to become human, right?
Yeah.
So you do need to breathe, but
I can hold my...
the water
It's
isn't
like-
that deep. It's up to
Okay.
your torso,
All right,
thorax, I guess.
I'll go down there and do that.
Something grabs at your feet.
Woohoo! So forward. I grab its hand.
It's slimy and tentacly.
All right. After giving it a good feel, I lean forward and I sink my venomous teeth into it.
All right, give me a roll.
All right. Whoops.
Don't put Father Sirik into the fucking cannon.
3.
All right, you impaled the thing with your venom, and it sort of shrivels up from the poison. It's not dead though. It seems like it detached its hand from you.
Okay,
It slinks further away.
All right, I continue forward after it. Don't
All
leave me.
You enter a large room. Illuminating it with your torch shows murals of the people who used to live here. They seem to worship the same god as you do, as it can be seen prominently in the background of the image. And the foreground seems to show a lot of very happy people doing normal things, really.
Gotcha. Okay, so continuing down the corridor, do I see anything else of value? Anything else I can pick up?
Continuing down the corridor, you see more murals, similar kind. Essentially, the daily activities of whatever cult this was depicted on the walls. Interesting historically, but not of use for any cult activities.
I see.
You find another set of staircases.
Okay.
This one entirely flooded. Seeing as you can't breathe underwater, you're going to need some help to go down there.
Okay.
I think I'll leave you there for now. I assume you'll go back to Father Sirik to get the help, but I'll cover someone else's bit for a bit.
That's fine.
Let's see. Who was after Sally? George, I think.
All right. So,
Uh,
oh, go on. Sorry.
no, go ahead. You were.
Okay. So, have I managed to get access to the library during closing hours? Because I don't have freedom during the day, obviously.
I mean, you could just put on a helmet.
No, I suppose. All right, I guess that's what I'll do. I'll just go in wearing a cloak over my armor and just keep the visor down.
It's not that strange seeing someone heavily hooded at this time of year, considering it's cold outside.
Yeah.
The librarian greets you and asks you if you're looking for something specific.
Yes, I'm interested in history at the moment. There's a specific thing I need to research for a project. Tell me, do you have anything relating to the Berties and their lineage?
He stops for a bit and pulls out a rather large book. And it seems to be sorted alphabetically. And he searches for the letter B. After a bit of time searching, he finds a book, but it seems to be printed quite a while ago. He points you to where it's held. Yeah, he points you to where it's held, but asks you to not take it out the library as it's their only copy.
That's fine. Would it be possible to have a copy made of it, if need be?
It would cost you. Copying something isn't free.
No, no.
Copying it
It's
quickly
still-
is even more expensive.
All right. Well, for now, I'll just look into it. All right. George will spend some time investigating or reading through the book, see if there's anything actually useful. Does it just cover the general outline, or
It covers where the birdies originate. It covers them being a influential artisan family. There are a few mentions of a strange vault being built close to their village. Apparently, one of your sons went mad and constructed a dungeon above your gravestone. Something about visions of the future and the dead rising and whatnot. Superstition, but the Empire allows it to stay up as the birdies are
just that valuable?
they are valuable enough to forgive a little heresy.
Right. Does it mention anything
And-
about people ever breaching this dungeon, or does it say like that the goods are or should all still be there?
Well,
that
it doesn't
would worry
mention
George.
anything. Doesn't mention anything of the sort. It's very brief in the description of the thing. It's called cursed, but that seems to mostly be a product of it being built by a madman rather than it actually having any curse on it.
All right. Okay. George will he'll ask the librarian for if he can just purchase a small notepad and pen, or a pencil rather, and he will make jottings down of all the important bits of information. Names, dates, locations, and major events, stuff like that.
As you're writing that down, and well, let's say you write it all down, and you're about to leave the library. The librarian stops you. He says that if you're really looking for information on the birdies, there have been a few black sheep of the family who didn't agree with the Empire's way of doing things, who fled to the lands of the Compact, south of here, or rather east of here.
How far is that? Do you know?
Around a week's ride from here.
Is that including?
He wouldn't know their exact location. He would just know, like, roughly where they'd probably be.
Can you point me at people, a travel agency, a carriage, anything like that, please?
You're probably better off traveling by ship because the lands between Willand and the Compact are tense, to say the least.
And also
occasional
littered with
skirmishes.
mountain ranges.
Yeah. It's a mountainous war zone, essentially.
Right.
Hold on, let me...
Stranger to violence, but I'd rather avoid it.
We do have
you
a
made a
ship.
map for it.
Hey.
They would be roughly somewhere around here.
That's the compact.
I see.
Yeah. You
And
find
meanwhile,
yourself
Videv
here.
is there.
Yeah.
So I'm best coming around by sea.
Yeah, taking the sea.
Where ship
long
is
would that
there. Supposing that it's
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
there.
How long would that take, though?
It would take you a few weeks, but you've got 3 months of time, so it shouldn't be a concern.
All right. With the vigor of a man possessed, Jones will thank the librarian and rush off back to the forge to finish his works. He will spend every moment that he does not need to rest working on it to just get it done as quickly as possible. As soon as it's done,
give me a roll to see if your quality suffers from your speed.
Yep. If I don't have time to finish the enchantments, that'll happen when I get back. So it's a 5 total.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's certainly worse than the last roll, and it's by no means shoddy craftsmanship, but you've done better.
Okay, but it still lives up to my claim of being
made
by a master
it's decent.
Okay, right.
It's what you'd expect a master blacksmith to make in a hurry.
Okay, well, George will immediately hand that over to who commissioned him. I've already forgotten the name, and we'll just say, "I'll be back in some time." Like the matter.
He asks you where you're headed.
Home.
Just out of curiosity.
Or the home of her. Doesn't matter. I'll be back. And George will make as much haste as is possible.
All right. You come to the dockside. However, the pirates who were with your ship seem to have sailed off already. Inquiring with the dockmaster, you can find that they've taken Derek and Violet all the way back to Estia. Or at least that's what they were saying.
Damn it.
You're gonna have to either rent a new ship or suppose you could walk it.
Tell me, do you have any single man craft I can just purchase?
Or any fisherman that wants to just ferry me?
How much money do you have?
Good question. How much money do I have? Let me check. So you messaged me. What? Why'd you send that to me then? Also, okay, check now.
When did I say what to you?
You sent me Stellaris image. Why?
You have 4,882 gold.
Where's that? Oh, yes, I do.
Character sheet.
You could spend some 2,000 gold to get a magically propelled craft, single man.
How long will the journey take me in that? Will that cut any time off, or would I be fine going with a?
Well,
no.
it would cut time off, but more importantly, it would be far easier to sail. You are not a sailor.
He also needs a covered ship.
I want to see if I can knock anything off that with my barter.
Give me a roll.
Someone please do roll for me. I'm also going to add family notes or family notebook.
All right.
That's 4 plus whatever his barter is.
4 plus 2.
4 plus 2. You can find a slightly used one. 1,500 gold.
1,500. Okay.
It's not that important to you that it's used because the craftsmanship holds up, at least according to your by you judging it.
I can also, if it's just simple, I can repair it myself as well. So
yes,
I still have that little bit of magical metal on me. So even if the engine was broken, I could probably repair.
Well, the engine's probably a tad too complicated for you, but the hull itself will hold, and
all right.
The engine seems to be fine as far as you understand magic.
All right. George will ask the harbour master to just pass on a letter to, or get a letter passed on to Carr and the others, and just letting them know that, yeah, he's going to be unavailable. And then off he goes.
All right.
To go make his own adventure. Just like old.
Off he goes. Onto the sea. Back to Morkant, I suppose, if he's not bored of this.
That's where you're supposed to say, I'm not bored.
I suppose he's bored of this.
Suppose he's bored of this. Well, if Arizim isn't here, I'll be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
5-minute break?
Yep, I do not have an intermission.
Hello?
Oh, there's in fact.
Oh,
Whoa!
he's arrived now, as soon as the break starts.
Fucking Mike.
Oh.
Well, you can always just like put a ping in chat if it's just not picking up for a sec.
Yeah.
I probably want to grab some beef for myself anyways.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna go put my kettle on. So, time to go bust out the whip and attack the slaves. Need those tea leaves stat. So, what's the deal with that airline food?
Silent Seinfeld.
I'm
It
back.
fell out of the plane.
Just as I made a splash screen for We Will Be Back.
Wonderful. Is everyone else here? Or I suppose
yeah,
Arizim here?
that's-
Because he's the only one important right now.
Well, his cursor is moving.
Erzim's here. He was having some mic issues.
Ah, I see. Is he still having mic issues?
Indeed.
Okay, he is. So,
Or you're saying indeed's the question. Just go.
yes, you... What were you doing? Were you trying to get the lily from a car? Were you trying to set up a lab? Which is first?
I mean, getting the one wouldn't be as important, I guess, because the main question is how the fuck do they even grow? So he would be looking for where people have found them before and try to find a pattern. So
All right.
scour the library for any mention of the flower.
They're actually decently well documented because they're a symbol of the Alchemist Guild of the Empire. They seem to sprout up almost randomly. The only consistent point of note that you can find among them is that they seem to sprout up more readily in places of importance.
That's vague.
It's things like the graves of great heroes tend to sprout them more commonly than just some cave. if a large battle happened, it's not uncommon that the field is later littered with a couple of them. Things like that. It's vague at best because, again, there's no real pattern to their growth.
So, subspecies of poppy?
Oh.
Question mark.
Not one that we can find yet. Any notable heroes in town? Might have to kill one. See if it grows on their grave.
Well, there are notable figures who have died. There always are.
Swear
Let's
to God,
see.
if you grave rob one of the wives.
Well, what could be an interesting spot to look at then would be any graveyard that's not regularly visited but has important people on it. So not something recent, but something older, like any dungeons
Austin family.
around or what.
Give me a roll. Let's see. See if I can give you a hint. Alright, a 4. Do you have any bonuses to knowledge or something?
Oh, let me check. Knowledge in general, no.
Let me see your skills. Alright, I'll say you've made the roll. On a hunch, you decided to see if the death itself has anything to do with it. Because you know Carr isn't buried here, however, that doesn't mean he didn't have a monument. So, you decide to go check where they say he was. Yeah, you decide to go check where he was buried. Or quote-unquote buried. You find a large statue of him sitting, and below it just so happens to be a somewhat small, but still there, golden lily.
Well, that's odd from two perspectives, because one, he's not dead, so it can't be that in its entirety. And second, it should be a well-visited place, but no one fucking noticed it. And picked it
Well,
up.
it's not really that no one noticed and picked it up. It's more that nobody really wanted to desecrate it. Other flowers are planted there. It's not just the lily.
But you said it's small.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the full-sized thing.
Would be a neat experiment to see if it like sprouted up recently or something, and like check back in like a month to see if it grew up or anything.
You could make a note of it, however, you can't be sure that no one's going to pick it up without doing something about it.
Well, I mean, if anyone's... Well, could always be vandals around who would.
Exactly. Especially with Carr actually being back, it might cause some contrition around his supposed monument.
Uh-huh. But it kind of feels wrong to just pluck it now. Because it's kind of tiny.
You could just put a glass dome over it. Hope that nobody breaks that, but it's still a risk. And you'd have to procure a glass dome, of course.
Put
That's
other
quite a
flowers by
conundrum to have outside there. Yeah.
camouflage it among other flowers.
Yeah, that might actually be
It already sort of is.
the best idea is to it's camouflaged. Make it more camouflaged, like plant something really big right next to it, like some shrub that just wholly encompasses it, so it's not visible at all on the outside.
Hello.
I'm not sure how the groundskeepers would react to seeing you bring large shrubbery to this place, but
yeah, I would have to sneak in at night.
yeah, of course. So
who knows,
let's see some
Frank?
stuff. Let's see some stealth rolls to sneak
Which is going to be, yeah.
to
which is,
reverse steal a shrubbery.
I
we
might
don't know.
actually
They
need
could be
help.
guarded by the Knights of Knee.
Like, are any of you here? I'll leave and then try to find one of my team to help with this fucking retarded plan.
Well, George left some time ago, as did Amaryllis.
And
Sean
did
is busy
Steric
with
and Violet.
Steric and Violet. None of you have fucking seen Aethif since you parted. Not even a whisper of him. And
He was off to see a spider.
Chun is busy with her lessons, leaving only Carr, who wouldn't need to sneak if he wanted to do that.
Just order it.
I mean, kind of reluctant to pull that one, but I mean, he's the boss here, and I could ask a favor of him, but then I owe him one, and that might not be a good idea. But let's do that anyway.
Just tell him that you share the research notes. He might be interested as well.
Yeah, I'll just presenting him a research opportunity.
Well, it's up to Carr if he wants to comply or not. I've got no say in this.
Yeah.
In between all the other things that he's probably doing, he'll probably just say, "Yes, I'll get you permission."
Well, you have permission to. What exactly are you hoping to do here? Entirely. Are you just going to build a shrubbery, or are you just going to cordon off the monument itself?
No. If we just cordon it off, people will suspect something. So what the plan is someone just plants a shrub there to conceal it, but there's an increased presence of guards in the area. So
you're gonna have the groundskeeper keep an eye on it, make sure.
I mean, not just the groundskeeper.
Plant decoy shrubberies.
Oh, so you want proper guards on this place?
Yeah, proper guards, so no one. There's actually no one that fucks around.
I mean, it would make some sense to put proper guards on car-related monuments at the moment.
Just so nobody desecrates it.
Yeah.
Just use that as an excuse, which it's also valid. So,
Well, then it's not really an excuse; it's just an extra bonus.
Yeah.
So you are kind of also helping out Carr by stopping his monument from being defaced. Your research.
Let's see. Would you even care? Let's say you might.
Roll the care. Roll.
Don't roll the care. It's up to the player if he cares. That's not a roll. Okay, hold on. Someone with some of us, it's not a roll if we care, Sally.
I rolled a care. I'm not even there. Roland.
Did roll for racism once.
We
Your
had a
hero pointed
success
your
and a
racism.
bonus.
You didn't have a success, you failed, and then someone hero pointed.
Yes, we got a point for racism, yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's why we all have a +1
Um,
to hating certain groups of individuals. Goblins.
you present your theory to Carr, and while Carr is somewhat interested, the man next to him just so happened to be the court wizard for
Oh, it's this guy.
for the council. Yes, Delvin Meldver is
Moldaver.
rather interested in he's rather interested in your research, and he offers you a place to conduct it further on the understanding that you would share any notes you uncover during. So, do you want to keep the research secret, or are you going to share with the class and get
he-
some?
He already. I mean, if he already knows that I'm doing something, then it's not really
Well,
that.
he knows you're doing research into the subject. He doesn't know what you're going to find out, does he?
Well, he can get someone to spy on me. I don't know how malevolent he is or whatever. I guess if Carr trusts him to be the guy here, so I will also.
Carr
Carr
doesn't
has
really
known this
know
guy
him, but
for a grand total of 3 days.
yes, but L seems to trust him, so
Yeah, so worthy.
I guess I'll give him the thing. Whatever.
all right. He will supply you with a fully furnished workshop. If you need any extra tools for the research, he's also willing to provide a certain amount of funding, as long as it doesn't get too expensive.
Well, for now we're just watching plans grow, so or not.
Of course.
If that's the case.
Where's the druid when you need him?
Off to
Off
go
to
back to Estina Isles.
off to find another druid.
Yeah, off to get himself killed.
Off screen.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
L's in chat, boys.
L is not, in
hold on.
fact, in chat.
Hold on.
Don't you just find your token right now?
May your L's be many and your bitches few.
There's only one L.
I meant the letter, abbreviation for loss. No,
I had no
not
idea.
that loss.
Anyway,
Exactly what you're about to say.
so you're just waiting for the plant to grow or not grow, depending.
Yeah.
It had a whole
Well,
100 years to grow, so
I mean, could do more research in the meantime as well. So
You could.
if there's anything else.
You've got a lab.
I mean, research in the sense of looking at books to see if there's anything more to the pattern or the
Let's
library.
see. You didn't really find anything with the pattern. It's like it's reported often enough and scattered broadly enough for you to think it's just random, other than the vague connection to places of importance.
You could play around with these extracts we have. they regrow.
I thought it was a essence tap for the flower, not that the flower
Yes,
just regrows.
it does have an essence stab.
Yeah. The flower itself is
Give me another roll, Erzim.
If you have flesh, you can
Because
hear
it is
it.
some. Yeah, you could if you had flesh. I'm just thinking because this is something you might have noticed on your travels, but I'm not sure you were paying attention. Is the thing. Oh well, if you don't hear it, I just won't tell you.
I guess that's a no one hero die.
You could always flip a
Yeah.
coin to see if you hero die or not. If you can't make your mind up.
Oh,
Heads you do, tails you don't.
So you will hear that? What the main answer?
You have more enough time to rest to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Oh shit.
And it's unlikely you'll necessarily need it immediately.
yeah, I guess. Might as well.
Alright. You remember that the way the flower you had in the pot worked wasn't just based on time. It was specifically based on the distance you traveled. It seemed to produce more extract the more you travel around with it. And there's also the small factor of extra, like, beyond 8 samples, they simply evaporate rather than coalesce into more essence.
I mean, the only thing that comes to mind, with the limit being 8, is that storage capacity is measured in 3-bit sequences.
No,
Stack overflow.
it's more the traveling bit that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what you're thinking it does. So.
Well, it's up to you depending on how you want to study the thing. Because I know what it does. It's just the process of discovery, shall we say?
That's a bluff. He doesn't
Or
know
what?
what it does. He's as clueless as all of us.
I mean,
Not to
if
live
I
in such
said
ignorance.
that traveling makes extract, then it would be an interesting experiment to see if what would happen to the flower if you like spun it around in a sense.
Are you serious?
However, I only have one right now that we're observing for growth. Again, not anything else to do experiment-wise.
You could always attempt to search for more.
And more than one notable figure.
Yeah,
here.
but kind of hesitant to do it alone.
Well, Sterak took away the compass that pointed to where more of them were, I think. So,
Fuck.
blame him.
Find Starrock, I guess, is the next.
Sterak, as is your knowledge from Brady's letter, fucked off to Estia.
Yeah.
which would be there somewhere.
Well, research a
Very
spell
far
just to
away.
summon that compass off of him.
Might as well research teleportation magic.
All right. Teleportation magic. That's an interesting field. Let's continue that after we do Car's thing. What would it be? What were you doing?
Well, we finished with the duel. I assume we go to a different location now that the Ironclaw Coalition's more amenable to the position that Carr may be Carr.
Yes.
I guess he's seeing with other council members as well to satisfy whatever conditions they have.
Well, the Abyssal Corp wanted to see you. Even if they are on your side, they want some assurances.
I bet. Alright, so we'll see with Rivers' family.
All right. You actually, they would probably come to you instead because they were in the capital and they don't have a real home here. Only a temporary place to stay, really.
Saying they don't own
So-
real estate in the capital.
They don't have to.
Of course they don't.
Why would you own real estate in your own real estate?
Alright, so Carr greets him in whatever meeting room he gets for this venture.
There's more than just the one meeting room in the council building,
No doubt.
and you would meet them. Let's pull out where did I put the woman?
Which one? There's more than one.
The
after
fish
all.
woman. The
Okay.
fish woman.
Do you have any idea how low it narrows it down?
Fish woman.
Ah, Mari.
And, also, yes. Where the hell did I put River?
That is a question now, isn't it?
And not that it matters because you know what River looks like.
But it doesn't hurt to see River.
Yes. So, River and Mare entered the meeting room, accompanied by a tall-looking fish man. He seems to be some sort of lawyer.
Is his name Sakana?
No, it isn't. He's not that type of fish man.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are Mari Callisto, River's mother, if I'm correct.
That would be me, yes. I heard you've earned the alliance of my daughter. But she is still young, and I personally wanted to make sure that you were a trustworthy character.
River and I have already come to an agreement that she seemed well-intentioned on bringing to Elle, but Elle has been rather defensive about her side of the agreement.
Yes, the small matter of Talon.
I would say my last
Of course.
living son is not a small matter.
Oh, you've got plenty of children. Living or
Grandchildren
otherwise.
and more.
Regardless, in the interest that River were to marry Talon, I would require more than just that. I would require a talent to be named the primary heir.
Well, there's none more likely to inherit. Is that not the case?
Were that not the case, the council wouldn't be split into 5 groups. It's not just a matter of who has the right to rule, it's also a matter of who will be followed. Your assurance that Talon is the one true heir would go a long way to assuage any doubts the Abyssal Court has about this agreement.
At this moment, I can see none other that would take that title, and considering that he is my firstborn male son, he is the only one that fits the role of heir.
Indeed.
However, any public declarations of such will have to wait until the position of my authenticity is secured.
Just as long as we agree that there will be a public statement of such.
And that there shall be.
Wonderful. Now, on to more entertaining matters. Our company is willing to provide the, shall we say, catering for the wedding for free too, provided you can convince Elle to let River and Talon get married as well.
At the same event, too, I take it.
Not necessarily. The events can be two separate outings if that would suit you better.
I believe that would suit Elle much better in her state of mind.
I was somewhat hoping that she would be too distracted by her own wedding to pry too deeply into River and Talon's. But I know the type of woman she is. She would pry regardless.
So it is best that we keep them separate events for allowing her at least some mental reprieve from worrying about her own heir.
I suppose so.
Now there is
the final matter concerns concerns the council's treasury. Currently, the Abyssal Court is in charge of both collecting the taxes and ensuring that no foul play is happening with the treasury of the council.
And you fear that you lose that position once the council's disbanded.
I suppose that might be a concern. Though the concern more falls on someone not doing the job properly. It has been 100 years since you were alive. Give me a roll.
Okay, is this another perception or intrigue?
Yes. It doesn't slip by you that she specifically used the word alive, as if she knows you were actually dead at a certain point.
Speaking of alive, I heard that Penelope has passed of late.
Oh, that is terribly unfortunate. Were you here only a few months sooner, you might have gotten to say goodbye.
It is a tragedy, to say the least. I have also heard that her mother had been buried, well, beneath the sea, beneath an opera house.
That she has been, much like her daughter, and most of our side of the family.
Yes, I was hoping to make a part of this agreement that you would allow me to enter that burial site with, well, whatever tricks you have available for me to breathe in such an environment.
Hmm. The mausoleum is a somewhat delicate subject, as it doesn't directly belong to the Abyssal Court or the Callisto side of the family at all. It was there. It was there before you took office, and it will hopefully outlast all of us. The current proprietress, Mona, is defensive about who gets to enter. However, I'm sure I could get her to see reason. Provided I have any reason to let you down there in the first place. It's a rather strange thing to want to see the dead.
Is it strange for a man to seek after his wife after so many years?
I suppose not. Though the lengths to which you're going to are the strangeness in and of themselves.
You say strange as if you have concerns about them. I would much rather hear them rather than them being alluded to.
She pauses for a moment. Were you to say goodbye, would it perhaps be enough to allow you to enter the mausoleum instead of having the bodies exhumed?
I would not have the bodies exhumed. Not by any hands other than my own, if that were the case.
Them being exhumed at all is the problem. The vault under the opera house has a rather tight security system of its own. We are not even sure if it's still operational, but should anything happen to disturb those who rest, well, it's liable to take the opera house with it.
How much information do you know about this security system?
Not much. It was a magical weapon of sorts, buried in the foundation of the mausoleum. It's said to be able to split open the earth itself and bury the entire mausoleum, possibly whatever's on top of it, in rubble.
Well, if new bodies can be buried there without causing difficulty, I don't see how speaking to the dead can cause any issue.
Provided you do not extract the bodies, it won't.
I shall make great care not to do so.
Then it's settled. I shall contact Mona about the visit. She will prepare a way for you to traverse.
And as we are on the same side of things in many aspects here, I have just one more bit to add to our agreement.
I'm listening.
I wish to know some more peculiarities you might be aware of with the other council members. It'll make talking to them a bit more easier from my perspective.
Her face lights up because she appears to be a fan of gossip. Ask away.
Start telling me some of the royalists, those that exist.
Ooh, let's see. There's the Ostwins, the most obvious of the royalists. A lot of the smaller royal families also fall under that branch, though they shouldn't pose much of a concern, provided you can prove you are Car Callisto.
Then who are the current Ostvins, as they are called?
Well, Ostwin and her father, Ostwin.
Their family name, please.
Cartwrights.
And is there any particularity in the Ostvin Senior and the heir Ostvin?
Well, aside from the fact that the current heir is female, not really. The Austins have been a primarily male line for the past 7 generations. Having a female is both odd and, well, unorthodox.
And what perhaps changed their mind about that, if you know?
As far as I'm aware, it wasn't a change of mind so much as it was a matter of necessity. They needed an heir, and the royalists would only accept an Ostwin, and they only had a female.
And have they tried having other children and to no avail?
As far as I'm aware, no more offsprings have been produced from that line. Ostwin herself hasn't had children yet, but
then we ought to dread the day that they do find their promised prince. I swore to myself to never see another Ostvin sit on the throne. So
rather wise. They're a silly family.
Quite. No, I've made better inroads with the Ironclaw Coalition the past couple days, though they have not asked for a visit as you had yet.
The inroads you had made are with Adrian, was it?
Yes.
That man serves as their enforcer. He doesn't hold any official position, but he doesn't need to. He's only there to keep the others in line.
And he has 2 daughters, Aura and Sabina. Is that correct?
Yes, as I'm aware, you've already met Sabina. And Aura was on the group that escorted you to
Yes.
Willen in the first place.
Yes, well, she wasn't quite the talker of family.
Oh, I'm sure she wouldn't be. She was a black sheep after all. Though, I'm sure she still cares for her family, and she will try to leverage the fact that she brought you to Willen in the first place to secure some position for the Iron Claw Coalition in whatever happens to Willand.
And neither of these daughters of Hadrian's were put forward as their own personal claimants, to my understanding.
No. That honor falls to Mayron. She is the daughter of Talia, who was the daughter of Riel.
Real. Terry's first.
Yes. It's not a simple matter of seniority in the family. It's also her connection to the other part of the Iron Claw Coalition, the Harpies. The Harpies are rather aloof and uncaring of politics. However, there's still a large part of the country. To simply ignore them would be an unwise decision on anyone's part.
And are there any things I can leverage to get them more on side, or is might all they care about?
Personal might, however, levying a force of arms of your own would certainly bring them closer in line. Martial might is just as important as your own.
I wasn't a commander for nothing.
So you shouldn't have much issue.
That leaves, of course, the chakra side of the equation. The weavers, allegedly.
They are somewhat more difficult.
No gossip on them.
Well, it's not that there isn't gossip on them. It's that all the gossip is passed through them, shall we say. They know everything, and they tend to remind people of that when those people step out of line. They're not too fond of the idea of a king returning either. They seem to be rather much happier with the state of the council as it is. So much so that they haven't even proposed an heir to the throne of their own.
So it is more likely that if they are talking to me all, it is to maintain their counsel.
If they were to talk to you at all, they would do it under religious grounds. You would do well not to misstep in those conversations. Being branded a heretic leaves a nasty scar on one's reputation.
And I suppose this is an extension of Chakra's faith.
I am not too familiar with the Chakra's faith. It's closer to what Willand once was, I believe. However, as the cultures combined, so did the faiths.
Then it will be some studying for me. Well, this has been an elucidating conversation, and I will hold to my word on what I've mentioned.
Wonderful. And she would take her leave.
Alright.
And now that we've bored the rest of the table with will and internal politics, back to Chun.
Trying to get internal inside of Willen's politics.
Well, I'm sure they went AFK while doing that. Probably for the best,
No,
honestly.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Let's see. You were getting courtly training. Is that all you're doing for the remaining time?
Oh no, Chun would also probably would like to train. See if she can get some of the Aura's extended family also to train with her, if they are interested.
Let's see. Give me a roll.
That's 4.
They always enjoy a good sparring match, but it's difficult to find time for it at the present. Rebels to suppress, disquiet to comfort, and all that.
Rabbits to suppress.
That being said, Aura suggests a hunting trip. Seems like the type of thing to get the family's minds off of the politics, at least for a while. So you can do that, I suppose.
That's an excellent idea.
Well, if that's all that you'll be doing for the rest of the time.
Yeah, she doesn't really have anything to prepare or do anything. So, hunting trip.
How much are you focusing on the courtly side, and how much are you focusing on the martial things?
Well, she would try to get the most basic lessons done so that she doesn't embarrass herself and by extension the absolute. But she would prefer the martial side.
Okay, so no more than the basics of the what's it called, courtly politics, I suppose.
Yes.
Add a +1 to your skills to I suppose just politics would work, right? Maybe manners or something along those lines.
+1 talking to noble people.
Yes. There's a word for it, but I forget.
All right. That's basically it. Unless something happens on the hunting.
Courtesy, yes. +1 to courtesy.
Courtesy. Unless you mean that she has +1 just to curtsying.
It's yeah, courtesy. Okay. So +1 to courtesy, and considering you spent the rest of your time training martial things, remember that what was it called? The dispelling strike that you picked up a while back?
Yes.
You can use it at the cost of 5 key points. So instead of having an art, you can just spend key points to do it.
That is nice.
All right. Who's next?
Think me?
Yes. You were exploring a cave.
I was.
Yes. You came back afterwards, having obtained a blessing from Father Sirik that should allow you to breathe underwater.
Mm-hmm.
And you delve further.
Ooh, fun. What did I find?
The weird octopus thing is back again, trying to drown you this time.
Ehe.
You can breathe
Okay.
underwater, so it's not really effective.
Right. Struggle, snuggle with the octopus.
Jesus Christ. Don't rape the octopus.
And
Need to,
you
like-
said John was going to get raped.
We thought white women were bad. Fucking hell, spider women are worse.
As long as it's got 8 limbs, huh?
Truly.
I think it works. It works actually. No, I can make do.
You can make do. You're not even the target of this.
Should have been me.
This should have been
Right,
this
the
call.
octopuses.
Literally. All right, so, I don't know, dude. Does this octopus attack me or what?
Yes, it's attacking you.
Okay. Where is it attacking?
You are grappled. It is attempting to suffocate you.
Scandalous.
Jesus fucking Christ, get some help, woman.
I want to bite it again.
Go ahead, roll for it. Alright, you bite it, and it shrivels up and dies. Painfully. You can almost hear it screaming if it weren't underwater.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you can continue forward,
Mhm.
somewhat wary of more octopi.
Okay. So traveling down, I have, I guess, an underwater torch or something stupid because apparently he's an idiot.
Well, he didn't expect that much of it to be flooded, or for it to go that deep
Oh.
down.
Okay, that's fair.
Alright. You do have a lantern. It's not, like, not magic or anything. It's just a regular fire fitted in a cage that can burn for a while, even underwater.
Mm-hmm.
And you continue forward.
Mm-hmm.
As you go deeper down, the murals seem to shift in nature. They went from pleasant to less so, until when you near the very bottom, they're almost warlike in nature.
Oh.
They depict
Hey.
battles in the name of this squid thing,
Mm-hmm.
this kraken.
Right.
And it's you're not sure what happened, but it seemed that as the culture of this cult progressed, they seemed to get more warlike. You're not exactly sure why, as they don't seem to have a consistent enemy depicted on the murals. It's always a different tribe.
Interesting. Can I detect any magic down here?
Give me a roll. You don't... Do you even have magic? I mean, you have your spider thing, but that's not really magic, that's...
I think, hold on, let me check my inventory. I might have something for this. Oh, frick. This is so far up. Oh, Okay. Do I have a candy that can enhance magic sort of detecting abilities? Because I have that box of candy still. Actually, no.
Mm, they seem to only make you glow and give you some defense. They're not.
Okay.
All right, you're in the dark. Are you holding your bow?
Yes.
Give me a roll. All right.
Clear as day.
Nothing bad happens to you.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, because the ice degrading. I was like, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go further down. And is there more light produced down below, or can I just kind of? Oh, what?
There's
Oh, thank
some
you.
glowing plant life, but it's not really enough to see per se.
Okay, so I basically have to be holding my bow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Or I mean, you do have the lantern, but you're underwater. It's not too useful. It
Okay,
helps
so
you see, but
okay, so the bow is probably the best option.
yeah.
All right. Okay, so all right. I continue down and try to figure out why this group of people was so warlike.
Before you encounter more murals, the rest of the ruin seems to have entirely collapsed. There is, however, a side room. Inside is a set of stone shelves.
Okay.
Not much left on them, except a couple of stone tablets. These might be of interest to Father Cyric.
Can I read them?
Go ahead. Roll for it.
Okay. Ugh. No.
You attempt to pick one up, and the first one you attempt to pick up sort of crumbles in your hands.
Well, frick.
The stone isn't holding up well to the elements. You need to be careful with them.
All right. Okay, so I can't unless I have some sort of special magical enhancement ability. I don't think I can take any of these up, and I can only tell them about it.
Well, you can move them very carefully. They don't all just crumble to dust. And attempting to read them simply shows a language you're not familiar with.
Okay. I'm also not particularly happy that this group of people is so warlike, given how I want to be loved by somebody, so I'm kind of feeling not particularly happy.
Well, they never seem to turn on each other, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It's always an outside force.
Right, but, yeah. So I'm kind of wary at the moment. So I'm having mixed feelings, and I kind of want to be able to see if like one of my friends, that I've been traveling with can understand what's in these documents before giving it to him. Can I deceive him into saying that there's nothing down here?
I mean, you can try.
Okay.
Of course, trying to conceal these things that are essentially porous stone at this point is not easy. At least not without damaging them.
Interesting. Okay. Can I take one of the candies and shove it in on the stone? To make
Candies are explosive sometimes, you realize that.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because that's how they work. If you throw them, they explode.
No, I'm not throwing one. I'm placing it carefully. It doesn't count.
Okay. And to do what exactly?
I want to have the candy be protected against Sorry, I want to have the book
You
be
can't
protected.
feed the stone
Why?
candy. I'm
Why
afraid.
why can I not?
Because it doesn't have a digestive system, I'm afraid.
If I smush it on the surface, then therefore it constitutes of absorption, which is what the
Therefore, it
stomach
constitutes a ruined stone tablet.
does.
What if she spat on the candy first, so to have digestive fluid?
What if I lick the tablet?
Underwater?
Just use your spider silk as a cushion.
No, that is true. I could carry it around
Yeah,
using my
like-
spiders.
That's a lot
Genuinely
easier than
just
trying to
wrap
use a magic item designed for ingestion on a stone.
Gee, I wonder what this spider can produce that could possibly.
And that it doesn't
effective
necessarily.
anyway.
that makes her almost perfectly suited for this job.
Oh.
Gee, I fucking wonder.
Oh, I do too. Anyways, I spit on the
Tell
tablet.
me you wonder
I'm
about a
kidding.
great
I'm
many
kidding.
things. How to breathe in the morning must be one of them, surely.
Anyways, I spit on the tablet. No, I'll wrap it up in my silk.
All right, you can wrap the tablet up. And
Are you not
that's it.
entertained?
Look, it was a valid question, but like, why did you have to ask it?
What do you mean? You said it's a valid question, and then why
Every
I asked
question is
it?
valid, but why did you ask it?
Anyways, all right. I've
Anyways,
wrapped
yes.
them. I've wrapped them up like a nice little child.
And you can carry them out because there's not much left down here, or at least not
Mhm.
until further excavation happens, and that's unlikely under these conditions.
Shame.
Well, it is underwater. Can't really dig properly underwater.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was there anything else except those tablets under in this area that I saw?
Not really. Some supplies, but they were rotted away from being in water for so long.
And one
Right,
treasure
okay.
chest that says One Piece on it.
No, no, I hate it.
You open it, it's empty.
No, she opens it, she just hears, "Can we get much higher?"
I'm dead.
However, no, there is no chest saying One Piece.
There's no chest. Shame.
Well, I mean, except for yours, but
You are involved.
Wait, I have a chest this in this season.
Your character.
Man. Oh yeah, that's true. Shame.
You
Anyways.
specifically wanted your character to have massive tits.
What? I did?
Yes.
I believe so. You and I both.
Did I say that?
You and I both
I don't remember
wanted
this.
characters with tig old bitties.
I literally do not remember this conversation occurring.
In any
but
case.
honestly, I'll just
Tell
believe
you couldn't remember if you've been, I don't know, fucking anything.
This is why you should
I
have
get-
character art on the table at all times.
No.
No.
You should.
I have all of your
Bless
characters here, I'm
you.
just not giving them to you.
Aw.
Because they don't need you playing around with stuff. Making noise.
I'm making noise. All right. I think I'll head out with my tablets.
Alright, you head out with the tablets. You make it out to the surface. The tablets seemingly undamaged, wrapped up in your silk.
Bless you.
And you step outside.
Okay. Does anything happen?
Let's see. While Father Sirik's busy dictating the workflow in the camp, he's not right there to greet you.
Okay.
It's up to you whether you want to take the tablet to him or not.
I have mixed feelings because, like, on the one hand, every single one of those enemies could have been, like, horrible. But on the other hand, I don't see a reason why they were warring with each other. And
Give me a roll.
All right. All right.
Roll to resist the tentacle influence.
Do I have a hero point?
All right.
Yes, you do.
I want to use it.
You sure you want to use it?
For this?
You sure you want to use it? I mean, it could be useless. That's part of being a DM.
I want to use a hero point.
All right.
I swear, if another tentacle comes up from the
horizon-
water, I'm gonna lose my mind.
No.
Okay. No.
On the horizon, near this archaeological camp, essentially has been set up near a village. It wasn't in the village. The village was near the coastline, like half an hour's walk away, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the distance, you see smoke. Nobody in the camp seems to have noticed anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Too bad I can't communicate with anybody about this.
You have words.
Yeah, but like I'm still kind of I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit unsettled about the cult currently, just because of everything that I saw. Not like my fellow like teammates, sure, but just them in general. So I mean, I guess I could like call out about like this smoke or whatever.
You could.
Hey guys, the
Yeah.
village is on fire.
Ah, gee,
Yes.
willikers.
Yeah, yeah. But I say it in a very sarcastic way. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Well, I told you. So, declaring with a loud voice, "Help! Everything's on fire!" I don't know, some woman voice or something.
Something.
All right. This gets enough people's attention for them to try and fetch Father Sirik.
Nobody can hear me. I messed up my
Who-
volume.
What?
Nobody can hear me when I call.
Everyone. can
Why's
hear
your
me.
Why's your mom here?
Tell
Why
your
don't you
mom we can hear her just fine.
Speak up.
Tell your mom I'll be hearing her later.
Guys, foul. We're foul.
Anyways.
Hear me now?
What's up?
Why do we do this to Sally?
Hello?
Huh?
I have.
Sorry,
Because
my
she's
mom
urgent.
wanted help for their phone.
We can tell. We can hear.
Oh. I
Yeah,
turned off my
I
microphone. How
need
much
to
did
put
you-
an at in the description saying guest appearance by Sally's mom.
Stop.
Endorsed by Sally's mother.
It literally isn't.
It is though.
It literally isn't.
No, she hasn't made you move furniture once today, so maybe it is.
That does not mean anything in this scenario. Anyways. Okay, so that aside. Okay, what's the situation?
Right. Well, you attempt to get a vantage point, and the fire seems to be further from the village, but so the village itself isn't on fire, but it
Right.
seems to be creeping its way towards you. Slowly.
Okay. Slowly. At a medium pace. Okay.
At
I'm
a
gonna
fire
go
pace.
at a fire pace. I'm gonna go hunt down this fire.
The fire is
And
hot
do
on
you
your
leave-
heels.
Do you leave the tablet behind? Do you
Why would I?
take them with you?
No, I'm taking them with me.
All right. Let's see. You start traveling towards the fire.
Hmm.
Father Sirik warning you to stay safe. Who knows what it could be. And takes a bit of time, but seems to be a forest fire. It's unclear why a forest fire would be happening in the middle of winter, or how exactly. But it does seem to be creeping closer.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to hate you.
Oh,
Just your
wow.
impression of it.
Okay.
Reminds you of a certain hatred you've felt before.
Damn, the sun is now attacking the forest.
Wow. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh dear. Okay. I call out to it. Hello.
It just keeps on its march. Closing in.
Okay.
Is there a
Um,
notable sky beam that the
I
fire
don't
originates
think
from?
it's that. I think it's something else. I think it's an. Can I detect the gender of this fire?
Oh,
Do not try to seduce the sun.
Do not
because-
try
I'm
to
not-
fuck the fire.
not
You will get
fire.
burned.
I know that's not what I'm trying
Use
to
all
do
your
here.
flame resistance potions first.
Yeah.
We know it's called flame retardant, but that doesn't mean you have to be retarded.
True and real. Can I detect
Also,
the gender of the flame?
Spiders are very
There is no
flammable.
gender of the flame. There is only hate.
Okay. I'm going to go back to town with my tablets. I'm going to abandon this fire. Because I don't want to get caught up
And your
in...
entire cult.
Just scream
Oh.
at them to flee.
Okay. I'm going to warn the cult to get away from the fire. Yeah, that's probably the thing I'm going to do. And then in the midst of it, I'm going to try to get out
And
myself.
fuck the regular villagers, I guess, right?
Wait, there's a village?
Yes, there is a
Yes.
village.
It's a village on fire.
Well, it's not on fire yet, but it will be soon. Trademark.
Damn.
Ask one of your friends.
Yeah, I was
Go
thinking about
save
that to like, yeah, I was just like, can one of you go save this village for me?
They're
yes, they-
like
because they
day
do.
or two travel away, so no, they can't.
No, I mean, the cult members, that's what I meant.
Oh, well, you can
How
attempt to
generous
get
of you
the
to call them
cult to.
friends.
Well, I mean, yeah, they are
Okay.
my friends. That's what I consider them, because of
You can attempt
lore.
to get the cult to help.
Okay.
It would probably
but I have
require
to-
convincing Father Sirik.
Okay, let's do so. Okay, I'm gonna go over to Father Sirik, and I'm going... Okay, I know what I'm gonna say.
Alright.
Father Sirik, there's an entire potential village of converts over there. They're right on the verge of getting converted, and we need to save them first before we can convert them. I'm being genuine.
Right, are you?
Yes, I am. I am actually being
I thought you were
genuine.
having doubts about the whole cult thing.
Right. But seeing my fellow cult members has sparked joy into my heart once again. My heart is so broken from never being able to bond with anybody. I don't understand the concept of stability.
Understandable.
Okay.
Sirik says, I appreciate the enthusiasm, and the people would need help, but we need to figure out what that fire is. If we just run and it keeps chasing us, we'll get nowhere.
What is that fire? Angry.
Of course. I 100% agree. So I would like some users with magical abilities or some other type of abilities to be able to identify and remove the fire as quickly as possible before something horrible happens.
He thinks about it for a second. Did you find something down in those ruins?
Oh, frick. No! No! Oh! Frick, okay. This is gonna be...
Definitely not. I totally did not find anything in the ruins that caused a thing
I
to
did
hate me.
not find those tablets. I did not. It's not true.
Oh,
Oh,
frick.
hi,
He's gonna
Father.
he's gonna take the tablets from me.
There was
Um,
no treasure in the dungeon, just like you said.
There's no treasure in the
Dungeon is as barren as your eggs, Sally.
I found a tablet, but I attempted to pick it up, and it disappeared within my hands.
He thinks about it for a moment. Anything else of note? Anything written on the walls? Anything that
Oh,
may have caused a curse to come upon us?
written on the walls, it was quite interesting. You know, it seems the members of that society were quite much at war with different groups of people, but it didn't seem particularly specific to how or why.
He thinks about it.
Father, please!
He
They're burning!
he starts yelling. He starts yelling at the cultists to get to the village, to evacuate the people, to help whatever way they can, and he tells you to come with him to the fire.
Yeah, I go.
He also brings a small contingent of the people who dove into the dungeon with you. Anyone combat capable, really.
Right. Yeah.
As you approach the fire, it's not just flames that are approaching you. They're shapes coalesce, different colors, similar to the ones on the walls of the walls of the temple itself. I suppose. Ruin.
Fun. Okay.
Father Sirik just yells at everyone to move and to evacuate the villagers to a high ground.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you comply.
Well, yes, obviously, because I don't understand where this is coming from or why it hates me.
It takes a bit of time. The fire keeps marching towards the ruin.
Towards the ruin.
Father Sirik stands in its
no.
path.
Oh,
Behind them,
no.
the waves start rising.
Oh, what did I just do?
Sirik waves his hands and calls upon his god, the Kraken. And the tsunami of water washes over the forest. The village entirely destroyed by this, but the fire seems to have gone out.
Mm-hmm.
The ruin is entirely underwater now, as is most of the surrounding land.
Mm-hmm.
However, most of the people were evacuated at the very least.
Mm-hmm. Father, what was that?
An old enemy.
What?
I do not wish to discuss such matters in front of the cult. It's not good to hold grudges of the past. We've got plenty of grudges to make in the future, don't we?
I'm dead. I guess so.
It is a shame we lost the ruin, however. But needs must, I suppose.
Yeah.
Did you end up telling him about the tablets?
I forgot.
You forgot?
I forgot to tell him about the tablets because I was so
All right.
focused on the fire and the tablets that were lost because I panicked. So I forgot.
Well, he says it is a shame that they didn't recover anything from the ruin.
Oh, frick. Okay. Oh gosh, he seems so nice though. I want to. Oh, darn. Okay. Ah, that's so rough. I'm trying to think.
How can the man in the white van be evil? He's just giving all the kids a piece of candy.
Yeah.
Look, he's evil, but I don't know how evil he is. That's the problem.
Is he evil?
I mean, maybe unintentionally.
I mean, what evil has he done, really?
No, stop that. Stop that, Bright.
Have you seen him do any evil? All you've seen him do is help put out a fire that was headed for a village and evacuate all the civilians.
After destroying
don't-
the village.
I stay silent.
No, before destroying the village.
I stay silent about the tablets because I'm thinking to myself.
All right. He seems disappointed. No matter, more ruins will surface in time. Or perhaps these ones will dry, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
He calls upon the cult and tells them that they can go back to their lives for now. He will send someone if he finds anything new or anything interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And he simply walks off into the sea.
Oh. Okay. Bye.
Leaving you with the well, he does say his goodbyes, but leaving you with the tablets and well, nowhere else to go but back to the capital, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm going back to the capital. I want to reconvene with my friends and discuss what I found.
And observe a wedding.
Finding all
Yep.
the only cars there.
And that would be that for Sally's part of the story.
Nice.
I'm gonna be right back for like 3 seconds. I need to handle something.
1, 2,
2,
3.
3.
Oh wait, I get to use
Is
the
it ju-
screen now.
The German has declared you are late. You said 3 seconds? Not a moment more. I'm freaking dead. Oh, frick. I love that. Oh, frick, where is this? That's
Goddamn
so
Croatian seconds.
Croatian time.
Anyway, I believe after Sally was Birdie's turn, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Georgia of House Birdie.
So you were traveling, and
Yes.
you arrived at the compact.
They'll love you there.
Oh, they'll love you there.
I don't. George doesn't care about his reception. He just wants answers. And if there's a
Well,
branch of his family that's fighting against the Empire, that's gonna make everything a lot better.
It wasn't really a branch. It was like 2 people, really.
Still,
Total.
if they've established a branch, then maybe they just, didn't carry on the name. But if the bloodline endures, that's good enough for Dirty.
Well, how do you go about finding them?
Well, firstly, I'll dock in a busy port town, one that looks like I wouldn't be inspected too intensely. If that doesn't look like an option, obviously I'll dock in like an alcove a distance away, but I will purposefully hide the boat, if so. Make it so that it can't be discovered. And then I'll make my way into a town or city in the dead of night, if needs be. But my first objective is any sort of library or records facility, so I can
All
start
right, you can
tracking
dock.
down these people.
You can dock. Do you want to go to a port or?
Yeah. I'll try a port. I'll try one of the smaller harbors.
All right, you dock at a port. A portmaster comes out to greet your ship, to take your name and species.
George
What do you answer
Percy.
as species?
Oh, speak.
What do you answer as species?
What would make sense?
You're going to the compacts. Don't say human.
I don't know anything about the complex. George wouldn't know anything about them either, so...
Man, if only he asked someone before he left.
If only you told Elzid, maybe Elzid would have given him a word of warning.
I did send letters.
Well, the one person who asked you where you were going, you just sort of blew off, so, you know, your own fault.
Human.
Ah, certainly, sir. Welcome aboard.
Yes.
I hope you said
George
that with a helmet on.
Yes, George will be wearing a helmet and a cloak. I keep my spare arms inside of my torso anyway, along with all my belongings, so they wouldn't be seen.
You are charged a fee, but it isn't a large fee for docking the ship.
As a ship.
Yeah, it's a relatively small ship too, so not too much.
How much?
I'm not gonna do the math right now. Just
Should I just take off 10 gold?
yeah.
Okay, 10 gold.
I'm not going to pause the storytelling to calculate the size of your ship compared to the size of the dock.
I don't want to have to fucking do taxes. All right,
Exactly.
I'm in the middle of an RPG.
This is the most realistic, like.
No, it'd be a bit more realistic. This would be immigration, which would mean I'd have to go through declarations, and I'd have to do, the whole. The whole 3D body scan so they could see my fucking prostate.
Your vessel's too small to be a large trader, so they don't really care. If you were a trader, they'd search you.
Personal transport.
Yeah, you don't have enough to be smuggling things.
Well, they can see I'm not carrying any luggage aside from the small pack.
Like, anything you would smuggle this way could be smuggled far more efficiently across the border by other side.
In other words, I'm genuinely just that inconspicuous.
Genuinely that
says the man
harmless.
in expensive full plate armor, just arriving by boat for only himself.
It is enchanted.
He would find that full plate's sort of the fashion here.
All right. George was
So you're telling me he's broke?
No. Could you direct
let's call
me?
I was gonna say, let's call it low cost.
Oh, right. Could you direct me to a sort of a records library facility? I want to mission and do some research, and I'll come up dry elsewhere. I'm hoping here will bring me some luck.
Broke talk.
We don't have a large public library here or anything. If you tell me what you're searching for, I might be able to help, though.
Members of, my wife's family. I need to look up some things. you know how it is when people
There may be a last name.
move on. But Bertie.
Oh, you're looking for birdies. You should head to the capital. They're making
Oh.
a name for themselves working on the big project there.
Oh, right, okay. Could George pull out whatever amounts for a map? Could you point that out for me, please?
They do. It's somewhat center of the.
Is it close to where, like, I saw the records of those members going?
Hold on. Let me pull up the actual map on my end.
Yeah. So I was just going
I
to
do
look for
have it.
more information on anyone else who might have been here, and then if there's anything more from those members that did come, and then I was going to go investigate where they went. Just trying to track them down, you know.
Right. Where exactly would this capital be? Around here-ish is where he points out.
Okay.
Tells you which
That
road
does-
to follow.
That does seem to be pretty close to where I saw the where the
Yeah.
Bertie's being was pointed out to me. I'll thank him and then just say, how long is my are you going to be able to keep my boat?
You paid 10 gold. That's decent enough to hold it for a bit. They're not just gonna throw your boat away. Worst that happens is they'll rent it to someone for a bit.
All right. Well, let's go through that whole system. You have my name and identity, so I'll just come and claim it when the time comes and pay whatever I need to. All right. Thank you.
They wave you goodbye and go on to the next person who's docking.
Yep. And Bertie will immediately head for stables. See if he can rent either transit or just a horse itself. Preferably one suited for rough riding.
All right. Roll for me. Someone roll for him, I suppose.
Please make the roll for me. Would this be a barter roll?
You're trying to find something.
Okay.
Oh, that fucking one.
So no transit, huh?
You spend a whole ass day just wandering the city looking for anything resembling transport. You keep seeing people pass with horses, and you keep fucking missing where they got the horses.
I love that.
Alright. Bertie will just find some dark alley and just spend the night. The next morning, he'll just start asking guards where the stables is. Just fed up
The
with
guards,
what
the guards would reprimand you for homeless behavior and trying to start trying to shoo you off the streets for being in dark alleys.
Alright, well then George just asks, well, I need to get to the capital. Can you please just point me anywhere to a stables? Or better yet, guide me, please.
They seem willing to help, but not particularly happy about it.
Well, if they'll
they
help,
take you to the edge of town. A stable there with a decent amount of horses and a carriage waiting outside.
All right. I'll go and approach the stable master.
All right. You approach the stable master. He seems to be busy doing something with the horses. You're not a horse person.
No, I would have ridden one maybe once, twice before. All right. Excuse me, sir. I need transport to and possibly around the area as well. Do you know of any transit I can arrange? Or would it be better if I purchased a mount?
Well, there's merchant carriages heading in and out of the capital. You could hitch a ride with those if they're willing to let you on. If not, you can buy a horse from me. Though, you look at the horses, they don't seem to particularly like you.
I do have a -3 to animal handling, so it would make sense
Yes.
that the horses just innately do not fucking like George. All right. Do you know where the staging post is? Is it near here? Is it here even? I noticed.
He just points to the building. He points to the building opposite him.
All right, thank you. And George will go bother the staging master.
You can arrange transport in 2 days' time earliest. There's been a bit of a holdup with the carriages.
What is the holdup?
Oh, some sort of big festival in the capital.
I see.
Not sure about it myself.
If it was
Something
damage,
about
on blacksmith by trade, I could repair.
it's not damage. Apparently, one of the well, don't say I told you so, but apparently some of the people finally came back from Hagia.
No. Oh, did they fight in the tournament?
Yes. The whole well, it's been a bit of an open secret, but they've been trying out one of the new soldier types. Call him Marsis, I think.
Oh god, it was that guy.
Wait, hang on, please refresh me which one Marshall's was. I remember
It's the guy that we
technique was
CC'd to
killed.
death.
Oh, the one in the armor.
It was the armor.
The armor,
Yes.
yeah. Was it the team with the blacksmith girl?
Yes, the girl with
Yes.
the big hammer.
Alright. How long is this festival going on for?
Well, the truth is, we're not even sure they're back yet. It's the entire capital's a hubbub about it, but they'd have to report to the people who send them out in the first place.
I see.
Lord knows when we common folk are gonna get the chance to talk to them.
Most likely never. Although I hear one of them's great with the forge, so there's a chance.
Wait.
They're real champions of the people. I'm sure they wouldn't leave us hanging.
George just won't comment on that. 2 days' time. Huh?
Yep.
Is there anything going nearby today that's sooner? If maybe
Well, if you don't mind-
a day or two walk.
Well, if you don't mind walking for a day or two, there's some carriages riding to a nearby village.
All right, and do you know how far the travel is? How long it would be just walking through the day from that village to the capital in its area?
Well, I'd say it'd take an entire day just walking. It'd be hell on the legs. You're better off if you were to account for all the breaks. You're better off just waiting here and taking the carriage.
No, I really am in a hurry. I must get there.
Well,
I'm a soldier. I'm used to marching.
I suppose I'll let the carriage know. Godspeed, you crazy bastard.
Thank you. Say, do you happen to have somewhere I can just spend the night? Until the carriages arrive?
You can look for an inn nearby. He
Alright.
points you in the rough direction of a tavern.
Alright, thank you, sir. And you didn't introduce. George will hold out his hand and say, Bertie. George Bertie, nice to meet you.
He shakes your hand.
Firm grip.
Yep.
Alright.
He
Respectful nod.
Yep.
Alright. George will just go off to the inn, rent himself a room for the cheapest possible. If they have just like a corner that they can just put a privacy screen up, George will rent that.
All right.
Cheap as can be done.
Broke bitch.
That's what I said.
Not even broke. I've got a couple thousand. George doesn't want to spend it. He doesn't know how much everything's going to cost him in the end, so he wants to conserve as much as he can. So how much gold should I take off?
Just take off like a gold coin. You're literally just renting a sheet, essentially.
Yep. And George will just make out as if he's... Or George will actually rest a hand on his weapon, as he does so that
He'll make
in
out.
the morning he will...
Please do not make out. Or at
In
least
the
wait
morning,
until the end of
we'll-
the session.
he'll make way to
The end.
stage.
I can't wait that long.
Jesus Christ, Sally.
Your
And your
thirst.
character arc has
Good minute.
ended, so you get to go and make out, I guess, but just mute your mic before you do.
Yeah.
Or don't.
I don't need that on recording.
Not
What?
no.
I heard
We'll
it's
save
already
that
been
for the
done.
after hours special.
No, don't touch me. Don't even look at me.
Like you have a choice. I look for please won't.
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Well, You
Yep,
can
and
head
then
out
I'll just-
and travel however long it takes.
And when he arrives at the
Like-
village, George is going to head off and not look back. He's just going to
Like a
keep
lunatic,
walking.
just yeah.
Sprint.
Yep. These boots were quite literally made for walking.
That's just what they'll do.
Were they made for walking?
They're boots. Well, actually,
All right.
they're greaves, and I forget the special name for the armored parts, but
These greaves are made for combat.
that's
Tibetans.
mostly what they do. But some days, these boots are going to walk up to you.
Anyway, you
we can
finally
cut it
make your
with-
way. You finally make your way to the capital,
Mhm.
and as the stage master mentioned, there's a rather large hubbub around the place. It seems that the doors were shut entirely for anyone who's coming from the outside.
The guards won't let anyone in.
Not without explicit permission from someone from inside the city.
Well, I, as the player, don't, because I do have issues with names. George probably would remember the name of the blacksmith girl. And he'll ask them to send a message and see if he can be let in.
Speaking of, I need to pull out their assets. One moment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
buy myself like a popcorn.
Was it Terra or something?
No. Where the hell did I? There it is. That's the bag. It should be in here.
I'm not doing this on
Be right
purpose, by
back.
the way. I genuinely struggle with people's names. It's not a.
I am.
I get names and I do know.
I am aware that you're a struggler.
Yeah. Don't
That's
worry,
why I
I'm
have
not
all
sorry.
the names of all Carr's family in one document.
That would help. But if I just wrote down the names of every character I came across, I'd never end.
I wrote down the names of every character you came across, I'd be real fucking pissed.
He hasn't even given half the characters that we've come across names.
There's no need to be fair.
You're never gonna see him again, why bother?
Some characters are just background dressing.
I tried to make a blood pact.
They're just props. But, Sally, you don't need to make a blood pact. You can just get them to put their hand on the fucking orb.
On the what?
Anyway,
The
As-
orb,
Oh.
you know.
you mention George mentions beat his name, and
Ada, yes.
the guards look curious, but most people are here to see them, so it's not like they'd believe you.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you should at least put the
Met at
character
the
tokens
tournament.
on the map.
I have them. I'm not gonna do that. I have them right here. I'm
Just
looking
put
at
on,
them.
like, the area.
No,
Oh.
you don't deserve them.
Because this is very uninteresting to look at here.
Belligerent DM.
Here, fine, have them.
Woo!
No, those are the no, those are not the character ones I was talking about.
Which ones were you talking about?
Junior's art looks good, by the way. I was talking about
Yes, yes,
putting
it
the
does.
player characters on so people know where they are in the map.
Yeah, that would help. Especially when I'm
Fine.
crossing an entire
That is asking far too much.
Hold on, let me find something.
It doesn't have to be the exact location, just a rough estimate of the area, you know.
Gotta.
There's no blue worry for this, so.
Anyway, gotta
Yeah, frick.
take this. There.
All right.
that better.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but George will just say, "Look, get a
No,
message."
that's the trash can.
Don't move, George.
No.
It was going in the trash can.
So this would be closer to
Teleportation magic.
In their Republic territory?
I think she's in that little sliver of land that leads to the sea, isn't she?
She's on the border of, well, and then the Republic. That's where
There
the
you go.
village was.
Well,
You
George
need to
will
update
just-
this map because it's not exactly accurate.
Yeah. Well, most maps.
And there's
actually
filthy
weren't.
border
Yeah,
core that
filthy
Carr has to
satellite.
fix in the future.
Well, that
Definitely.
border guard isn't actually real. It's just the fact that the first map I used is kind of fucked.
Up until satellites, most maps were not accurate.
Actually, maps were incredibly accurate until a certain point in this universe. That point being that launching yourself up
The
in the
sun.
atmosphere was disbanded by the Empire.
Right? So the quality of maps is great because I have to keep making alterations when countries change. All right.
Look, keep your borders tidy, like this continent. It's basically all one.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, George will say to them, just fetch a messenger of some descriptor. I do not care, and tell her that George Bertie, the man she met at the tournament, needs access to the city, and he's asking her for a favor.
Wait, you're a birdie? You should have just said so. They let you in.
All right. George will say, so, I know members of my family are here. Do you know where they are? I'd imagine a forge, right?
Probably
Where's
working
the
with
forge?
Beta. Of course, I think they're busy at the moment. Something about meeting with the higher ups. Don't
I
say
won't interrupt the meeting.
Good.
Just point me where it is. I'll wait outside.
Big castle-looking thing in the middle. Just can't miss it.
Then George will start marching once more.
You overestimate his ability with ranged weapons.
Should we transition over to another character now?
Well, I can finish up your story, I think, and then I can finish up Morkant's, and we're done, right?
I
Okay.
don't know if Carr's ever finished with his, but sure.
Well, you don't have much time to do anything before the wedding, anyhow. All the prep work and whatnot.
And you've already got
Besides the wedding.
though.
Besides the weddings, like, a lot of it is your story, so.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Well, George will march off to the castle, and when he gets to the gate, he'll this time just introduce himself as George Bertie, and ask to be let in so he can wait for his relatives.
No can do. Wait out here.
What do you mean you can't do? Can you at least give me something, some reason?
Because they're busy talking to the higher-ups, and we were told not to let anyone interrupt. Besides, there's a whole parade planned when they're done, so...
Be driving a Lehman
This
Russ
is-
down the street.
Alright, well, fine. So they're off to a parade then, yes? After this? Will you
Yes.
tell them that George wants to meet with them, and I'll be sat... Can you... I'm sorry for getting workshop, but this is really important. Can I at least have access to some records? I need to verify some things about my family. I know members of my family have been in this country before. I need to go verify what they've done. This is really important. The family ledgers don't match.
Look, just ask them yourself when they're out.
This isn't something I need to ask them directly. I need access to a library and record keeping. Right? I can talk to them after the fact. I need access to some records.
Get lost, hobo.
Exactly, get lost.
If you need proof that I am who I say I am, George will pull out his hammer with the, obviously the cross of the Berties impeccably marked upon it. I carry around my hammer.
He's got a weapon! Taser, you get struck by lightning.
Of course I have a weapon. Do you people not carry weapons when you're traveling across continents?
Well,
No, the
it's not
combat's
uncommon for
entirely
travel-
safe.
You people.
It's not uncommon for travelers to have.
Here.
It's not uncommon for travelers to have weapons, but most people in the capital keep theirs in their house.
Yes, but I don't live here, do I? I just arrived today. I
Well,
walked
then-
to the nearest village 2 days.
Wait, who let you in?
Guards at the gate let me in.
We don't need your kind here.
We don't count the strangers around these.
This isn't a weapon, it is a tool. I use it to forge.
Look,
My
you're
entire
gonna have to be
profession lacks me.
You're gonna have to be patient, all right? Tons of people want to get in and see the big heroes. We're not gonna make an exception for you just because you demanded.
He said his identification's forged. Get him.
This isn't about glory. I've met Beta before. Look, fine. I can't be let in. Do you have a room I can just wait at?
Yeah,
Well, there's
Not in
plenty
the
of inns in
sun,
the
okay?
capital.
Really? Do you not have a guardhouse? You can just keep watching me?
How would we let you in a guardhouse? Go get an inn, you fucking hobo.
Did you tell him
There's a
your name?
reason. Yeah, I did. There's a reason why your people have no standing across them. Hospitality, I swear. And George will march off, muttering angrily.
They just start name dropping all the celebrities, you know. I've met the Absolute. I've met Car Callisto. Come on, one of these things have to let me in.
George will, I suppose, just go find somewhere where he can.
Do you know who I am?
Do you know?
Where you can just watch the castle gate. And then
Yeah, you can find an inn facing the street.
Yep.
Do
Of course, the
know
ones
who
facing the street are more expensive.
Do you know who I think I am?
This is literally just Invader doing taxes and spending money.
Yes. This is travel
Look.
expenses, the episode.
Look, I'm sorry, but you were the one who decided to march in at a very busy time.
George didn't march in at a very busy time. The very busy time happened when George marched in.
Is he going to
Very
make it to
busy
the
time.
wedding at this point?
A very busy time was happening regardless of your approachment or not.
Alright, well, fine. George
This
will make
world
his
is a
way
very
off
busy
to-
place.
George will make his way off to a messenger station instead then, while he just waits a day for it all to be over. And he'll send a letter off to Carr and the others. Just describing
Massive
the
parade,
situation.
lots of firework, everything passes you by, you don't give a shit.
No hospitality. These people are assholes. Can you invade already? Oh, and congratulations on the marriage and coronation. By the way,
Congratulations on the marriage. Can you conquer these people for me?
I hate waiting in lines.
No, George will just update them on the whole situation, and then just describe his travel through the country. What the people
They get a letter, but it's not like a regular letter. It's one of those fucking Harry Potter screaming letters, and it's just George Birdie saying the N-word over and over again.
Yes, this will need a day of translation.
No, you get it. It's George being George. Except whenever he refers to this city in particular, he sounds incredibly fucking annoyed and angry. But he's perfectly polite the whole way through.
Well,
Alright, well,
the festival wraps to a close. Most people are hangover.
Most people are hangover, yes.
as
Yes.
soon as it ends and George knows
They
that
are of the
everyone's
hangover.
gone back to the castle, George will march straight off to the castle regardless of time of day.
All right.
It is 2
Not
in the
wasting
morning.
any time.
It is 2 in the morning, and the guards are not happy to see you
The sun's
again.
gone down.
Oh, they changed the guard
there-
shift since then.
Look, number one, they've changed guard shifts. Number two, they don't even bat an eye. The gate's open.
I'm
Just
dead.
walk in.
I'm literally dead.
That's what
That
you get for not
entire-
waiting.
That entire interaction is just like pettiness.
Look, he could have joined the festival. He could have had a good time. He chose not to because he's an asshole.
Oh, if he waited for like a month or two, Carr could have come in to the compact with soldiers.
No,
Unlikely.
George needs to do this now. It's important to him. Evidenced by the fact that he's just left the whole fucking country without telling
Yep.
anyone until he left already.
Well,
Yeah,
you
George
make
will
your
just-
way toward. You make your way towards the inner castle thing. It's now that you're inside, it's closer to a massive workshop than it is a castle.
George will take off the cloak, but he'll keep the helmet visor down.
Hey,
Rivers
There's
of
no point in cloak inside.
rivers of molten metal hammered by workers all making wondrous craft, really, even by your standards.
What sort of craft is it, though?
Depends. There's weapons. There's armor. There's like regular household things. There's some enchanted items, but those are not usually displayed out in public.
Suits
Does
of
there
walking
anything-
automatons that know only thing but hate.
No.
Is there anything?
No, Marcus
that-
isn't here.
Is there anything that bears Bertie's emblem?
Not really.
None of the weapons hold his emblem. No.
Nope.
Okay, well,
It's all compact branded stuff.
George will be very annoyed at the fact that none of the weaponry seem to be forged by his offspring. Now, he'll make his way further in, looking for the Berties, who he assumes will be Beta and the masters of the forge. How long will it take to find?
You
Can't wait to
can
see how disappointed he is.
you ask some of the workers, and they point you to where the birdies are. It's an inner courtyard thing. There's magical runes engraved on the ground, and inside you see Beta with a chisel hammering away at Marsus, who seems to be perfectly still during the entire procedure.
George will approach, but won't say a word. He'll just wait,
Roll stealth.
observing. No, not even so. Just standing there, just watching, waiting for them to be done.
There doesn't seem to be a sign of them stopping.
All right, intentional rattle of the armor.
Throw a fireball.
I can't
Good work for Chun.
Can't pay attention to people walking up behind you. 8d6 damage.
Can't pay attention to me walking up behind you. Damn, it'd be a shame if I had two swords on me right now. No,
One of the men
just
who isn't
intentional
working
rattle.
on one of the men who isn't working on Marsus approaches you. Did you need something?
Yes, I'm looking for relatives of mine and someone I met at a foreign country. I believe it's that lady up there. Tell me, what's your name?
I'm Rowan.
Not Bertie, I presume.
Yes, Birdie.
I see. Well, I know there's another one of our relatives here. Where are they?
He points to another man off dictating something to a group of blacksmiths.
I see. Well,
Been a while since someone's sought us by that name, but
yes, tell me, you wouldn't happen to be the only two in this country right now, would you? Which would mean that it'd be you two I'm looking for.
that we would be the only ones in this country at the moment, or at least to our knowledge.
That's
Why are you
That's
looking
good,
for
that's
birdies?
That's a very long and complicated story.
I have a bounty. I'm
Sure.
hunting for them.
No. Could you arrange as a private room for discussion?
I
Practically
suppose
just
I
the three of
could. He waves over to Beta and signs that he'll be away for a second.
If Peter looks at George, George will give a wave and a nod.
She's too busy working on Marsus to actually look at you.
Well, that's probably for the best for now. All right, George will accompany them to a private chamber for a full discussion.
This has to be rather important considering you've trekked all this way.
Yes, I come from far away. George will just lock the door as they enter and will say, please, don't be alarmed, but I understand you've made grievance with that. And George will gesture towards the sky and the things that control it.
They instinctively reach for their weapons.
Please, I'm not. You two are the last people on this world who I would wish to fight.
Speak
Not because I fear
plainly.
your martial prowess. I know you are much weaker than me, and I can feel it.
Fucking rude. Holy shit.
No,
I don't want to fight you, you're too pussy.
You may want to sit down.
You're not even worthy enough to make rust on my blade.
George will start to just undo the fastenings of his helmet and will just say, I seeked you out because I was looking for my offspring. George will take off his helmet. I'm George Bertie, believed the founder of the line.
They're, well, shocked to say the least.
That red
They
skeleton
see-
says that they're...
Yeah,
Yes. A blood red skeleton, yes.
they understand the composition you're made of immediately. It's painfully clear to them.
Oh,
They start
Yeah.
examining you rather more closely,
All right, George will just take off more of his
attempting
armor
to figure
display.
attempting
why are
to
you
figure
just
out what
undressing?
exactly is attempting to figure out what's powering this automaton and why it's claiming to be George Birdie.
I'm not an automaton. I'll prove it. And George will just disconnect his head and reconnect it.
If anything, that proves you are an automaton more.
I'm not an automaton. I was raised by... Doesn't matter. Not too long ago in the Estian Isles.
Well, if you're not an automaton, beat this captcha.
They will not bring a sacred text to decipher.
I'm on a quest. A similar quest, I would hope, to you two. My dear progeny. I must destroy the sun. Specifically the demon. Not the sun itself. I like everything to live.
Hmm.
Daylight
Certainly a
itself will reduce
It's
me
certainly
to
a
ash.
wild story you're telling them.
All right, George will pull out his hammer and his wand and his sword.
And my
Lay them out
axe.
on the table. Just show that they all have the cross on them. Right? And he'll say, I noticed none of the weapons out there bore these emblems. The Berties no longer forge weapons of war. Not to my knowledge. They're artisans now. You've all but forgotten my soldiering roots. And I can't blame you. I did die in battle.
If what you say is true, then you should probably not reveal it to anyone else within the compact. They are not exactly welcoming of non-humans.
The only people who might have any inkling in this country of what I am, aside from the two of you, would be Beta, or Beta, rather, and that wretched thing she's working. We fought
Speak
in
with-
the tournament against each other. I won.
Oh,
You
they
see me
did
in
tell
my
us about
glory now.
They did tell us about a group of skeletons they fought. Rather odd bunch.
We weren't all skeletal. Only one or two. The rest recovered their flesh. I chose to stay like this for the benefits it brings. I don't need to sleep. I don't need to eat. I can work my work for as long as I need to get the job done. I have twice as much time.
So why did you seek us out?
I
Surely
want your
it's
help.
help
I
with
want you
what?
to remember our warrior blood. I sold my sword to the highest bidder. Now I want you to sell your blacksmithing skills, your warrior skills that I will help build within you to me. So we can defeat this great demon and reclaim our home. I know the rest of our family's forsaken the legacy I left behind. I was hoping the two of you wouldn't be so flippant.
Our loyalties lie with the compact. They took us in when we had nowhere to go. And as for that thing in the sky, we're working on fixing it. Marsus is proof of that.
The only way to destroy that blasted thing is to eradicate those that have put it up there.
And for that, we need soldiers who can walk in that wretched thing's sunlight without getting killed.
I don't ask that you fight with me. I don't expect any of my weak offspring to fight. None of
All right,
you
you
match me in my offspring prowess.
You're real a master
You're
diplomacy, George.
you're really laying it on thick, huh?
Well, George is disgusted by the fact that none of them fight.
I gotta head
He
out.
thinks they're
It's getting late for me.
cowards.
It's very important I have to go see them and tell them what cowards they are.
Yes, he's hoping that they'll decide to work with him.
Meanwhile, Car, I just want to see my wife.
He does.
Damn, I missed my daughter's funeral. Fuck.
But I don't ask that you fight with me. I ask that you help support me and my allies. I recognize the work you're doing here is important, but you must start producing arms. Not for this country. I can't speak for its ruler. I can of the neighbors. Come with me, please.
You're asking a heavy thing of us. To swap allegiances once again. Or
I'm not asking you
no
to swap
promise.
allegiance from country to country. I'm asking you to trust in the bond of blood.
We've broken the bond of blood after they've chosen that thing in the sky over any common sense.
And they will pay for it. I want to reclaim my home. I want to rest alongside those of my time. Please, help restore our house. No matter what those fools might say or might do, they don't know what terror they've wrought. Please. I have allies, powerful allies, but I can't equip them all on my own. Even with twice the time to work on the equipment, I simply don't have the resources or the time. No matter how much I have, it won't ever be enough on my own.
We found a new home here. We will not simply abandon it for... think it's
Maybe.
best. I think it's best. Nobody knows we spoke.
All right, George will put his armor back on, and will before he leaves the room, he'll say, "Then once more, turn your back on bonds of family. I was wrong.
Damn,
Ask
trying
for
to
help.
guilt trip them.
I see that all my offspring are weak."
I was gonna say, call them weak one more time. That'll give them change their minds.
He'll turn back and just say, "I know you. I understand the strength of your conviction, but you'll fail. You will."
Okay, challenge them.
I mean,
Well,
you did sort
going
of
to go-
walk into you walked to two people who enjoy blacksmithing, who were essentially given a fucking forge city to run.
Mm.
You walked
And,
into the
you asked them
fabricator
to- you
general's
asked them-
office and said, "Stop
asked them-
making things here."
Yeah, that's basically what you did. I'm not sure how you expected that to turn out differently.
Just give it a go. That's all.
I mean, worth trying, and now you know for sure that the birdie is in fact like some of them exist who are normal, I suppose.
But none of them hold the same convictions that George did.
Yep.
Aside from the love of blacksmithing.
Well, these guys do forge weapons. I mean, Marsus is a weapon essentially. It's just they don't wield them themselves. They're blacksmiths.
Well, as George leaves the room and closes it behind him, behind himself, he'll just say, "I'll be back tomorrow." And he will. Should we go finish up Morkan?
Well, I suppose we can finish up more, Kent. If he's still awake.
That was a lot of talking.
It was a lot of talking. Everyone's got a lot of talking. Maybe it's good that the three of them didn't show up.
Probably.
Now, more Kent, you were working on. Also, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Not anymore, I think.
Oh, there
No,
you
you're
go.
not now.
Because you unmuted yourself, but you didn't say anything, so I was thinking maybe your microphone was doing the thing again. Anyway, you were working on teleportation magic, right?
No, not really.
No? You were just the flower then? Or were you, I mean, you must have been doing something while waiting for the flower.
Research on flowers.
Yeah.
Alright, what
and
part
books
exactly? Just reading more?
Yeah, just
Having
more.
run out of what I would describe as scientific literature, you turn to the more esoteric. Some religions have described this world essence as some sort of blood of a deity. It's clear that it's some fabric that holds everything together, but how or why or where it comes from is unclear. Hold on. What else are you trying to learn?
So it's basically this elixir that you drink that gives you magic powers.
Well, it doesn't give you magic powers. In fact, the elixir itself. Do you attempt to do anything with it?
I mean, do I have any?
You do have you have some. That was produced by the flower pot you had.
8 essences total.
Yeah.
You were granted your share. 1/8.
So, not sure what kind of experiments one could do with it to figure out more about it.
Well, we know what it does to dead creatures. Could try feeding an essence to a living creature.
I guess there's mice around, yeah.
All right. So you attempt to feed essence to mice.
Or rats or whatever.
Right. Well, they end up dying, but upon dissection, you're surprised it's not because of anything the essence did, it's because it just didn't get absorbed by their system at all. They essentially just choked to death on it.
Interesting.
Doesn't seem to interact with living creatures. In fact, from what you've read in the books, it shouldn't interact with anything at all. The fact that it clings to you as it does is rather odd.
Well, while we're at it, might as well try to determine its boiling point.
Oh yeah, who had the
It
skull in their
seems
chest
like-
place again?
What was that?
Who had the skull in their chest again?
I think Starrick took it.
Ah, well, can't. That's another thing we can't experiment on.
Well, you could have asked some questions, but I suppose Starrick took it on the journey, unless someone else had it with them.
I mean, Steric just left, so we can't really do anything about it right now.
Well, I'm not sure who had it, because I don't remember, because it was in one of yours inventory, I think.
It was in someone's chest cavity for certain.
Well, at a certain point, you all lost your chest cavities, or at least half of you.
Was it Aethif?
Yeah, it was,
Maybe, but I don't think Aethif had it, because Aethif didn't particularly like it, from what I remember.
Well, the point being, we don't have the head. The skull.
Who knows what happened to it? I'll just say Starrick has it for sake of
yeah,
ease.
Steric has it. It's in his inventory.
All right.
Okay, so after the rat experiment, how much of it do I have left?
Well,
If
Well, they didn't absorb any of it, so it's all.
yeah,
of it.
you recovered
Yeah.
all of it.
So I basically recovered all of it. Okay. Next up, prisoners who's sentenced to death.
I'm sure you can find some. Or you can just kidnap homeless people, whatever you prefer.
Oh yeah, did the alchemist? Sorry, I had a question. Did the alchemist leave with the ship, or did he come with us?
Oh,
right.
Pierre. I think he would have stayed with you. He's
Yeah,
probably somewhere in town.
Get him a position teaching alchemy or at some school or another.
Willen doesn't have a dedicated magic school because of how its nobles use magic, but
Well, alchemy is a science and a magic, so
sure. But if you don't have a dedicated magic school, a dedicated alchemy school is probably even rare.
well,
The only place I
I'm
could
pretty
think of
sure
a
he's the
dedicated
only
alchemist-
alchemist in the country anyway. So
The only place I could think of a dedicated alchemy school would be what was it called?
in the Empire,
Not the Empire. The fuck, I forget the name. Hold on.
Caravelia.
Hold on, I forget the name. Yeah, Caravelia. Thank you.
Well, Carr would definitely encourage him to just stick around the capital, pick up apprentices. I'm pretty sure he can work with Morkan on his experiments with the essence.
Pick up princesses.
Apprentices, not no.
He's a bit old for that, I think, but
He's certainly not picking up any Callistos.
anyway, suppose you could find him somewhere if you went to look for him, but
Go to the dungeons, force feed the rapist with with essence. See what happens.
nothing really. Human digestive systems are large enough to
Swallow the essence.
pass essence. To pass essence through them without necessarily choking on it. Extracting it's a bit uncomfortable, but you know.
Put a whole
Means
human
must.
in the juicer.
So essentially, nothing happened.
Yep. It seems to be a stubborn substance, resisting whatever you attempt to do to it.
It doesn't bond. It doesn't dissolve.
Well, you found exactly one thing it bonds to, and it's yourselves.
What's so special about ourselves?
Guess we need to research necromancy to see what the necromancer
did-
did that made us bond
Yeah,
to it.
we did get resurrected, so that might play a part in it. Do we know of anyone else who was resurrected and is still alive today?
Well, there was the skull, but it's in Sterrick's chest cavity.
Carr is working on making more people like that, but he has to wait till after the wedding to get any time.
Not that you'll be able to succeed in the experiment, I'm just telling you outright. Or the resurrection, the way the necromancer did it.
Well, baby steps.
You could always just commit suicide and try again.
I mean, that's a tad extreme, but
What better test subject than yourself, I suppose?
well, I already know I benefit, so
Yes, but where does it go? I mean, it just sort of vanishes when you touch it, right?
it's fucking weird. And it's not getting any unweirder by researching it, so
Yes.
it's starting to seem like it's pointless.
Well, you know for a fact that it was able to give the 8 of you power. And you know for a fact that the necromancer wants a whole ton of it. Probably for more soldiers like you.
Well, the necromancer himself may be at a party later.
He will be at the wedding. Or at least he will be invited to a wedding.
This necromancer. Who is he exactly?
Lord Abraxas.
The only thing you have is a name, and it's Lord Abraxas.
I mean, if he's a lord, that's not the only thing we have. We also know what he's a lord of. We know where he lives. He might have.
Well, he said that we were to meet him in the Malthus Court,
Yeah.
but we skipped that to do our own shit. So,
He said when you're ready. It didn't seem to put much hurry on it. Like, he didn't seem to put much hurry on anything he did.
oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, when you're dealing with the dead, you pretty much got eternity to wait. Fucking liches.
Well, he certainly knows stuff that we don't, but would like to. So I don't know. Raid his place, I guess.
But you
Or
don't
some
even know the
intel.
first. You don't even know the first place to look for his place.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to make a deal with Elle about it. Can always check with Elle to see how he introduced himself to the court. Because I can't suppose it's easy getting a meeting with her. Unless they just let anyone walk into the council chambers.
Well, necromancers are rather rare. Exceptionally so, even for powerful magic users. In fact, you only know of one, and Carr is currently trying to become a second one, but it's a difficult thing.
He hasn't really had any time to practice.
So, I mean, you can always just pick an experiment at random and see what it does to the liquid.
I ain't taking pot shots. I'd rather risk something that is guaranteed to give us some information. Because he probably has shit written down. He's not gonna remember everything he needs for like rituals and shit. So he should have like I don't know.
Problem
A
is you don't even
grimoire?
know. Yeah. Problem is you don't even know like
Yep.
where he's from, what he's a lord of.
Yeah, exactly. We need to find out this information.
For what it's worth, he's been rather forthcoming with Carr in terms of necromancy. He sent him his starting notebook and everything.
Yeah, just gotta tell Carr, and I guess he'll send a message.
Basic.
Message. Morkant is experimenting with essence. Please send help.
Or I send a message to you, expect info.
Put you and Pierre in the same laboratory and say, figure it out.
Just lock the door until
Handle it.
until science happens.
I don't know. Probably not good for him to be locked into a room with best murderer.
Best murderer. I don't remember how long Best Murderer has been there.
I didn't know it was a contest, to be honest.
He wins.
Right, so I think no ideas are popping up right now. I want to just
You could always work on a completely different field of magic.
teleportation again.
This thing is fascinating, so there's nothing really near it to merit deviating from researching this.
What about getting more of it?
Even yeah, so
But
even if
to plausibly get more of it, you may need that compass from Steric.
yeah, we need to send someone to track him down.
Send someone to beat the shit out of Steric for nicking all your stuff.
Yeah,
Send a message to the captain. Turn that ship around.
A bit late. I'm like, well, I don't know how much time it's been.
We're not Birdie. We've only been like less than a week. Plus whatever time it took us to get from the port. I don't think Violet immediately got the captain to trim sail and leave the second we stepped off.
Not the second you stepped off, but the second she had no more reason to be here for a bit.
Well, it took more than a few months for us to make it to Estia. Or from Estia to here.
Yes, but your voyage was rather unpleasant the entire way.
Oh, and they have the pleasant voyage. Okay.
Well, on the way back, they've got a fancy ship. They've got a great crew. They've got luck on their side.
And they have a pigeon chasing them down, trying to deliver a message.
Poor bird's probably dead of exhaustion by now.
Turn back around.
Well,
One of your passengers has all the plot relevant items in his inventory for some reason.
I don't know why you let him keep those.
I don't think we did let him keep the essence compass because not in his inventory.
Well, it's in someone's inventory.
I would not think that isn't his.
Is it in yours?
Actually, yes, it isn't his. So that goes straight to Moorcamp.
Ah, so you had the essence compass the entire time. You just didn't know it.
I have a long list of things in my inventory, just not the skull of the apprentice, apparently.
Oh, you're trying to hide things from me, huh? Anyway, compass, follow.
And it leads you to a couple of places. Some entirely insignificant where the flower is growing. Others buried bodies that nobody's reported. One takes you to
another serial killer about.
One takes you to a very nice looking cave.
Okay.
It's real nice. It's the best.
Yep. Picturesque almost.
Well, I guess now we have more flowers.
How many of these flowers do you attempt to gather?
All of them, as well as I should have. Gathering these flowers, we would have taken with us basically a contingent of guards or something, and maybe a cartographer, so he could map where exactly we picked them up. so we have better, basically better location references. See if there's any patterns popping up. What else? I think that's it for now. Yeah, and just gather them up.
Alright, as you start gathering the flowers, you gather 2, then 3, but the more you start gathering, the more ill you start feeling. Something about these things being together is wrong. Doesn't sit right with you. It's
into
an
the
odd
notebook
feeling.
itself. So
You
just,
need a Geiger counter.
It's an odd feeling, as though. Give me a roll. See if you comprehend.
A comprehension of 4.
You've felt something similar before. Back when you lit yourself on fire before you died, you could almost feel your soul leaving your body. It's a similar feeling, though less potent.
this really does require a Geiger counter, doesn't it?
Well, I've got a compass and it's going fucking crazy with all these flowers nearby.
Anyone else got any symptoms?
Some of the guards you brought along with you are also feeling ill, but you seem to be feeling it a lot more than they are.
So this thing causes illness. It's concentrated. Well, that's good to know.
You check your dose of essence you had, and a lot of it's evaporated. It's just not there anymore.
Oh, the flowers are just eating it.
Give me a roll to see if you can understand, comprehend, attempt.
4 again.
It's as though if enough of this essence is concentrated in a place, it just evaporates. Too much of it at once does not like being in the same area.
It just disappears. A bit strange. Okay, so it still would be a good idea to have a lot of it.
But storing them together is
for experiments, but
yes.
storing it is impossible.
Well, you can
So,
try storing them somewhat
Not
together.
impossible. There just has to be enough distance between them.
You
You can
could try
store a couple in the same place, but more than that, and
yeah,
You
which
can,
is
you can
why
always try your prisoner experiment again with storing
Well-
a few of them together.
to be fair, the flowers themselves don't seem to have any less essence in them. It's just that they're making everyone around them sick.
Okay, let's try this. How many did we have before we started feeling the effect?
Well, each of you had your own dose of essence, I'd say, because you had 8, right?
No, like when we went
Oh, how
around
many?
gathering flowers. How many did we get before I started feeling the effects?
You started feeling strange around the third one, but the guards actually started feeling something around the 5th.
Okay, so if you store like 4 at the same location, it should be fine for regular fall.
Yes.
Okay,
Of course,
so
you haven't tested a prolonged exposure, but
yeah,
it seems to have no
Yeah,
impact.
Test the
That's the
prolonged
next idea.
exposure.
that's the next idea. Get four flowers and like 4 different locations. 1 flower in one location, 2 in the next, 3 in the third, 4 in the fourth.
Right.
See how long it takes for people to develop anything, if at all.
Best murderer discovers radiation poisoning.
I mean, someone has to.
Well, you can attempt to do that.
I will do that. Yeah.
I'm sure there's villages who wouldn't mind being subjects of MK Ultra experiments, right?
I mean, no one asked them to volunteer.
No one asked them. They're volunteering regardless. Says best murderer.
He just sells 4 flowers they picked to a general merchant in a village somewhere.
No. Just drop it down the well.
Oh no, it's poisoning the water supply. Test on the Republic territory.
I mean, actually, could do that. So you don't harm your own subject.
Watch, they're sick for a period of time, and then they start feeling stronger than before.
Well, are you doing that?
Yes.
All right. You've gathered up the flowers. You've set up the questionably humane experiments.
And then he observes before the wedding happens.
You observe. How much time shall we say passes? A month? Maybe 2? How long are you observing this?
That depends entirely on what the effects are, because I'm observing until there's some change.
Some result.
Yeah, some result.
Well,
That is how you do the science.
for what it's worth, nobody begins dropping dead, even in the highest concentration of flower. That being said, the villages where you planted the large amount of flowers get a reputation of being cursed with bad luck. People who go there don't exactly feel, well, seems to pass when they leave, but
So now it also brings bad luck. That's just fucking great.
well, it's not really bad luck. It's just what the common folk ascribe it to. But
and I'm guessing the people that deposited the flowers and went away, their symptoms stopped.
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be lasting damage.
So until it's lethal, it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
So entirely reversible. Okay, that's also noteworthy.
So in lethal concentrations, people die from it.
But do they get better when you take the flowers away?
They do not get better from dying, I'm afraid.
I mean, it happened before.
Wait, do you mean we... Yeah, that is true. People have, in fact, recovered from death. It is not a 100% mortality rate.
99% mortality rate universe. Let's go.
Let's go. Well, truly,
It's,
we
it's
are
better
the
than the
ones that come-
105% mortality rate.
That is. Well, this is only an XCOM 99%, by the way. Don't worry, we're fine.
So it's guaranteed to.
To fail.
Yeah. No, it's just because we've died a few times, so the statistics don't quite line up.
God, that wreaks havoc on our KD ratio.
It does. Well, hey,
I think you're still doing fine. I'm gonna be honest.
I know that I've got a positive KD.
Actually, Carr might have a negative KD if we count all the people he's produced.
Yeah.
But what about the ones that died? Did he get assists?
Look, we can abstract one step, not two. Come on.
Car's the only one to make his KD drop into negatives.
I mean, George's family is somewhat sizable, but he's killed a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Alright.
Flower
Well,
experiments seem
remember-
to make people sick. Good job, you monster.
And we didn't get that essence back, did we?
No, the essence is just gone.
Okay.
But we still can produce more, so it's not as big of a loss.
Sure.
Just tell some guards to carry the pot around the city for a while.
Okay, so just open warfare, chemical warfare against the civilian population.
Well, one plant does
Alright.
nothing.
No, the plan was
mean-
the essence extractor. So
the
we
best,
get the
the best generator of technological advancement is war. So yeah,
God damn it!
if you want biological weapons, you've got them.
Look,
There are
Yeah.
more effective biological weapons than the flowers, I can tell you that much.
Yeah,
Also,
it's not.
we are
It's only
already
the-
Deploying the
Yeah,
flowers
yeah,
tends to
yeah.
kill the person who deployed them.
Look, George knows perfectly well there's no rules in war, so start a war and make it legitimate, and he won't complain too much.
What if we had something that shielded you from the essence of the flower, like a spherical container of some sort?
Have you, you could attempt to make something that repels essence.
Repel essence.
I can see how that could be useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Since this, okay, your universe does have like magic resistant stuff.
Yes, but magic is a product of the essence, not directly the essence itself. This would be a
Yeah, but,
separate
like,
thing.
The effect it generates is magical. I would assume. So the test
You
is
could you
basically
could attempt
put
to make
flowers-
something.
yeah.
You could attempt to
basically
make
put-
something essence resistant.
Yeah, that basically
A,
shield.
a full pliable yellow suit with the
Yeah.
see-through visor.
He makes
Well,
a
first-
camo option, I hear now.
So,
Named after a household tool, mop.
are you being assisted by Pierre in this, or
He is granted the assistance of one
You
peer.
might as well accept
And,
his
apprentices.
existence.
right?
No
I
reason
mean,
not to.
Give me a roll to fabricate something with essence repelling properties.
4.
Right. You you attempt to do some magic rituals. First on essentially a plate made of infused ceramic. Just to test if it works. And as you're done with the ritual, Do you go to pick it up?
Oh, I see the problem here.
May I recommend you get someone else to pick it up? Trying to metagame for an instant.
Would you be swept by the wonder of discovery?
What am I doing exactly?
You
Essence.
You've made
finished
a-
making a repellent plate for essence.
Yeah. It's standing in the... So maybe completed, you're not sure yet, in the middle of a ritual circle.
So
Remind me, what
does it-
animates us again?
Well, the process of this would be using magic to essentially create something that repels not just magic itself, but repels the source of magic. It's essentially using a magnet to create an anti-magnet. Entirely possible, but
So he is become repellent. Bane
But-
of undead.
but will he go touch it? Is the
Hmm.
question.
Not directly.
You are an insect. Do you
Is he
repellent?
is he swept up by the joy of discovery?
I do realize that I'm partly magic, having been resurrected and all. So
Ah, what a shame.
maybe someone else could try touching that thing.
Pierre, can you
Oh,
pick this
Pierre
plate up
doesn't-
for me?
Yeah.
Pierre doesn't have an issue with it. It seems like a plate to him.
Hmm.
Now hold this in front of the flowers and see if you get sick from it.
I mean, that would be an experiment. Yes, just place all the flowers that you can before they start vanishing.
The flowers themselves never vanished, was the
pep-
thing.
I mean,
It was the
yeah,
essence.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, put all the flowers we got into a cabinet, wall it off with.
Put all the flowers we got into a cabinet and die instantly. Great idea.
Oh, we
Let
have
me
that
just
many.
do that.
Oh,
Well,
we
you've
have
gathered
that
enough
many.
to make.
Yeah.
You've gathered enough to poison like a village and make 2 control villages at the very
So
least.
then just okay. Let's say it's 4, I guess, because it's the
Yeah,
limit.
because it's not really difficult for you to find them at this point. Because
Could just make a bunch of resistant jars and put the flowers in them, but that means that we'll have difficulty retrieving the flowers if we ever need them.
Yeah, like I said, a cabinet and wall it off with the substance.
Might I recommend several different cabinets behind several
Yeah.
different walls?
Individual
Harness this
containers for each
door.
flower, considering the more of them
Yeah.
together.
You've already discovered that they destroy themselves if they're too close.
They don't destroy themselves.
Okay, well,
no, the flowers
they
don't. Essence evaporates if it's outside of the flower. Speaking of, Pierre waves the plate around, and it seems to push the liquid essence away. The flowers have no reaction to it.
Yeah, so you can't even use the plate to
So
milk
it
the flowers
doesn't
of the
actually-
essence.
Doesn't actually work on flowers at all.
Well, it doesn't work on humans, and they've supposedly got some essence in them. Considering too much essence in the air makes them sick, right?
Or being
Hmm.
drained of essence makes them sick.
Yeah.
They're doing too much science to keep up with it.
Now, do you create a
mean,
cabinet made of the matter? Do you create a cabinet made of the essence repellent and put a flower in it.
It's called Morcantium now, and Morcantium cabinet it is.
All right, you have someone else make it for you because you're still scared of touching it.
Mercantiantium.
You make a cabinet, and you place a flower in there, and you close the cabinet, and after a while, the cabinet essentially pipe bombs.
Yo, we've just invented a new explosive. Let's go.
I think this is very
Okay.
expensive explosive for the effect that
Oh,
did.
very expensive.
I mean,
It just shatters the porcelain. The
Splinters
propellant's
the
made of.
wood.
Yeah.
How big of a bomb can we make
Hmm.
is now the question I want answered.
yeah.
Still
yeah.
far
Wait,
less than if we use the cheaper substance.
The first
Wait,
application.
Give me
is
a
always
give me a roll. Give me a roll to make a give me a roll to make a leap of logic, shall we say?
Oh, nice.
All right, a 6. That's perfect. I wouldn't have given you this otherwise, but you know how Malvis Cordon is a place cordoned off from everyone else on the map? You know how supposedly they were experimenting with growing a shit ton of flowers there?
You're saying they
presumably-
nuked themselves.
Yo.
They've essentially
nuclear
fucking
weapons.
nuked the area.
All right, we gotta juice these flowers to make a little big explosion boy for the Empire.
It would kill all of you instantly the moment you tried deploying it.
That's why
We
you drop it
deployed-
on the Empire in a container that can contain it.
But my friend.
And here's how
I just
teleportation
met
magic comes into play.
There we go. So I know how we beat the sun. Now we nuke it.
Going to the only place untouched by the foul stench of the sun.
Space.
Space. Oh, I have dastardly. Wait till George gets back and enlist him in your research.
Woo!
Someone
the gang
touched the
starts
plate, though.
building it.
Fucking
It's also always
Oppenheimer,
sunny in
yeah.
Philadelphia. The gang makes a nuclear bomb. All right. Congratulations, Morcat. You've done it. You glorious bastard.
Unfortunately, further experimentation will reveal that the best you can do is a dirty bomb. A proper nuke is out of your reach.
For now.
No, just period. Matter cannot sustain that level of pressure.
Looks in the camera.
I mean, we still got regular physics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to build a regular nuke,
That is now probably the next place to look. Is
It'd still be far less expensive.
unironically.
Look, there's an area around here that needs to be completely destroyed. So
I don't think Chun's privy to this research.
no to
what
marry a
it's
first
worth.
wife.
Mm.
Well, your research has led you to interesting places. Unfortunately,
They may not be places you wish to go.
they are number one. They are not places you wish to go. Number two, I'm pretty sure Carr wouldn't want to go there. At least not Willand. In fact, he might put a kibosh on the research.
Is there like an island off coast or something?
Not really.
Yes,
No,
actually, yes, there is. It's called the Republic. It's right here.
hang on. I know exactly the place, the Estian Isles.
I'm
So-
pretty sure Dai's character would have issues with that.
It's fine. We'll just rename it Bikini Atoll. We just won't tell anyone. It's fine. Right?
Rename
works
it
for the US
Nevada
government,
Desert.
It'll work for us. Finish up, George. Now, I guess.
Well, what's left to do with you other than coming back and being rejected again?
I have an idea. George is going to spend the next night, possibly the next as well, just racking his brain for absolutely anything that could be of use to him, that he could possibly convince them to help. And he's going to return to them after a couple of days have passed since the ceremony and their last meeting. And this time he's going to ask for a beta to join them for a discussion.
I mean, yeah.
Without Marcus, obviously.
I don't think Marcus would be particularly happy about that. That's his mechanic you're taking away.
George is a bit too not wanting a fight. So he can wait outside the room, just outside of earshot. Okay. So George will gather them all together, and he'll ask them, because you're all making work, and you're all committed to your own automatons. I want you to help me. If you won't help me create arms for an army, I ask that you help arm me and my comrades. I have several designs, but I don't have the time to do it myself, even if I do have the skill. And George will ask them to help him create weapons for the party. A new wand, or a new stave for Callisto. New armor for Amaryllis. And so on and so forth. And another sword. Another sword.
You mentioned Callisto, and they're like, wait. What Callisto?
Beta's just gonna say no outright because that would be tantamount to treason.
I'm not asking you to Beta, I'm not asking you to arm an army. I'm not asking you to help.
No, you're just asking me to arm an enemy king.
I'm asking you to help us destroy the sun.
Look, Willand and the Compact have been at a cold war, shall we say, for a pretty long time now. She's not just gonna go making weapons for the enemy.
Yeah, just wait until we finish that nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Will you at least help make a weapon for me?
No.
How did you know the answer?
Beta, I recognize your skill as a blacksmith, and I what's the word I'm looking for? Respect it. I need help to arm myself. If I'm to get anywhere near my home, I get there I'll have what I need to bring the fight to the Empire's doorstep.
If we
I
could
can't get there as is.
If we could forge armor that will let us traverse the Empire unimpeded, we wouldn't be busy working on Marsus.
Yes, your automaton.
He's a man. Dolt.
He's a shell of metal. And I know I'm one to talk. What is it that powers him anyway? Is it a soul?
God, you were just pissing everyone off over there.
That's classified.
Of course it is. What of a shield, then? I'll lend you my skill in the construction of something. You lend me yours. And George will lay the hammer and the wand on the table, and he'll just gesture and say, "These allow me to imbue strength."
Yes, standard
unto
tools.
items. Yes. I will lend you my skill for something, or my insight for something. I ask that you do the same for me.
She thinks about it for a bit, but ultimately decides that she can't because Marsus really fucking dislikes you. And what you'd be working on is him. So that's just not gonna work.
And George will ask. George will open up the door and just ask Marsus to come in.
The ground shakes as he walks.
Marsus, I've been trying to ask Beta for her help in arming me against the Empire. She's refused on grounds that you would never accept my
Good girl.
system with you. Could I not assist you in exchange for a favor from her?
I would not let a non-human work on me, let alone an abomination.
I don't think you're human either. It's quite a
He dodge a punch.
All right,
Does he have to?
dodge. Adroit.
You were sitting down. You were not adroit, my friend.
No, I was standing. How'd you get to the door in the room without?
How much DR did you give him again?
I've got
Yeah, you'll even if you take the punch, you'll tank it because
yeah.
There's just a ding sound as he gets to.
A hollow bell has been struck.
Ding, you're knocked back because Marsus is no fucking slouch. Yeah. Calling him non-human seems to have ticked him off somewhat.
Yeah, doing that in the doing that in this territory is quite taboo.
Fine.
That's what he says when standing up.
No, I stayed standing. Just
Well, you were sitting before.
no, because yes, I was sitting.
You're sitting, then you're laid horizontal, then you stood up.
Yes, because you can open up the door to a room.
If he said he was standing. If he said he was standing when he took the punch, he was standing.
Was.
And now he's standing. 5 feet back.
See, there's no reason with you. Will you at least allow my relatives to help me? My progeny?
They're allowed to do as they please. We do not control them. However, something
Sure.
tells me they're not particularly happy to work with you either.
And George will turn to them and just, well, would you help me?
They think about it for a bit. Give me a roll.
All right.
See if they help you.
Come on, a 6. Come on, a 6.
No, they don't.
It's a 2.
I was gonna be 3 or above. They do, but
All right.
they apologize and they thank you for visiting them. But they've got their obligations and you've got yours. And hopefully it doesn't come to blows. But if it does, well, I suppose you'll both be ready.
With an absolute, just defeated look and just unhidden disgust written clear within as the way he moves and speaks, George will just turn to them and say, I don't know what I expected from my rotten bloodline. I see my genes weren't as strong as I'd hoped. The soldier's blood no longer runs through the family. I pity you all. And George will wait.
As you leave, you can hear Marcis giving them a pep talk about how their strength of conviction is a good thing and that they should stand with the new home they've made.
Man, I
George
like these
will,
compact guys.
George will retrace his steps, retrieve
should
his
invade them.
boat. Yeah, George will
Shame
retrace
I'll
his
have to
steps,
invade them.
retrieve his boat, and sail back to the Empire, back to Willand.
You're
And,
one boat and some information richer for that trip.
Yep.
Unfortunate that you couldn't convince them, but
No.
Car's message back makes it just in time for Invader, for George Navalry left to offer the compact wedding invitations.
George receives them, tears them up, and leaves.
He's not sending it to you.
yeah,
No.
not your invitations. Also, they would not accept because you're technically currently at war.
Well, this experience has hardened George a little. A small part of his.
I think being turned into metal is
you
what
get
hardened
off to being disparaged by family members.
No, I mean what I meant.
He gets off the family members.
No,
Hence
so,
the
also a
coffin
bit
busting.
Also a bit delayed, but it's very difficult to display contempt on your face when you don't have one.
no body language. You just don't use your face.
No, he just tilts the skull forward at an unnatural angle.
He does the he does the shaft head twist thing.
No, the Monogatari.
He pulls out a marker and just draws angry eyebrows.
All right. Well, yeah, a small bit of George's good nature has now wilted away
Because people didn't
For what
drop
it-
their entire lives
No.
to leave everything.
No, he's getting to the point where he thinks that his family truly has nothing left to offer anyone.
For what it's worth, they are renowned smiths basically anywhere they go.
That's
It's-
it. Though. They
it's
didn't
just
uphold
the,
any of his teaching.
They didn't go down the martial route.
And it's starting to get to George. He's starting to think that maybe the generations aren't worth saving.
He's starting to
George-
think maybe a nuke would be a good idea across the entire world.
Does George get back in time for the wedding?
Of course you do.
Alright.
You all make it back in time for the wedding.
Kara's great news. None of his offspring seem to be failures in any way, shape, or form.
Hmm.
That's not entirely true. You just haven't met all of your offspring.
That's not entirely true because they haven't reclaimed their land from Elpis yet.
All right. Well, George will.
He is very disappointed.
George will share as much information he could about their military and productive might with Kara.
It outclasses Willens by several steps.
Yeah, and then George will just say, "There's nothing there worth capturing. Kill it all."
I think that landmass begs to differ.
The people themselves seem fine.
By the way, does George's sky look like the left one or the right one?
What?
I think the right one, but
What?
Mechanics
in
autism.
in mechanics autism.
Let's see.
No, George would be on the left side. His offspring would be on the right.
The left one's got those baller fucking aviators.
Well, no, because George has George is much, much, much older.
Well,
So-
100 years or so.
Yeah, like that's. It's a few generations, you know. It's just no one's bothered to ever like regain any of their former glory. They've just let the house, let the martial side of the house anyway, just disappear.
Well, they kind of
They
lost the
didn't need-
war.
Well, honestly, they kind of won a war
Hmm.
because they
Either
switched
way.
sides. The way Italians win wars.
Either way, only one of George's offspring has actually decided to help him on his quest, and
Well,
they gave him a sword.
the sword they was going to use to kill you. Yeah.
Yes, because they didn't believe.
To be fair,
it was good.
you were an apparition of the dead come to haunt him.
Yeah.
And of course, not all of your offspring are failure. There is that one guy who built the fucking insane mausoleum.
That is true. That is true.
You have not been there yet, but
If it impresses George, he might have a little faith left in his family.
Which mausoleum would that be?
George's.
George's.
Oh yeah, George's. Yeah.
Well,
The mausoleum you're interested in visiting is just the booby trap, essentially.
Good.
so I guess because I've only got the one bit of magical, I now have to decide who do I buff with the magical equipment.
Well, I mean, if you got the cash for it, you can always.
Get
No,
more.
And of course,
card can pay.
Otto's or the magic item merchant's calling card now reads coming to a wedding near you.
Of course it is. All right.
Car kept the card.
Does everyone have a piece of magical equipment though? Is a question.
I think
Does everyone
everyone
have a
does.
magical weapon.
Yeah, everyone's got something magical.
I have my bracers, but
More-
I still only have the claws you made for me.
Oh yeah, I think I put
More
those into
Kent's-
the breakers, didn't I connected those together.
I think Morkent's the weakest when it comes to magical items because he's only got the sticker sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you approach George and ask for his help with anything?
Would you help number one murderer 2 years running?
Well, George has just been
Say,
on one
I
of
need
the
a shell that
depressing
can
field
contain
trips of his
essence
life.
until it's time to detonate.
George has just been on one of the most like depressing trips he's ever been on. So, yeah, he probably would.
Unfortunately, our nuke experiments will not go as well as you expect.
Of course
Well,
not.
I don't think we're going to use those for nukes anyway. We're going to just create magical containing vessels and then pump them full of swords, right?
Don't think that's how it works.
I mean,
You're
those
not the
wizards-
you're not the Shadow Wizard, money gang.
Yeah, we'll just create some.
Also, it takes an incredible amount of focus for them to do that. Because they can't
That's
just
why,
seal it away forever. They have to keep focusing on every rune they draw.
yeah, but that's why we'll be, enchanting these funny rocks that make living people hurt.
Look,
I
if you
just
guys
thought
want to
of-
build a nuke, I won't stop you, but
I just thought of another
there
experiment.
might be consequences.
Yeah, but
Come on.
to be fair, a nuke is probably the only way to fight the Empire.
The Empire has a nuke of their own. The Compact has apparently mad fucking
Mad
mech
mecha.
armor.
Mm.
And we're gonna find out that the Republic has the Wrath of God on their side. What the fuck does Willen have?
One has Car Callisto and 8
Right.
assholes.
Damn. Then it's an even
Yeah,
fight.
Then it's an even fight. Also, Morkent was thinking of another experiment, so we can just do that, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Before we call it.
It's basically just testing the range of how far do you need to be to stop feeling the effect. So basically,
Depends on the concentration of.
yeah. So
essence in the area.
basically, put like one
A cluster
flower
4.
somewhere. Basically, have clusters and then calculate how far do you need to be to not feel any effect.
Right. So, I don't have an exact radius mapped out for this because I didn't write one down, but the way you figure out it works is essence evaporates when there's too much of it in the air. The flowers act as a constant source of essence, and they themselves never seemingly deplete unless they're consumed by something like you people. And the more you have in an area, the larger the effect is, essentially.
So is there a way to just extract the radiant essence from the flowers? Not the essence within themselves? I mean, I suppose that's what the flower pot experiment was, but...
Yes, and it failed for the necromancer, but the magic item merchant did some fuckery. Some extra planar fuckery to make it work.
Extra planar.
None of you have looked what's below the pot, and it's probably for the best.
Probably for the best.
I have an idea.
No?
I'll create an item specifically to give to the item merchant.
Well, he wanted
Actually,
your
he just wants the
sword.
He did want the sword.
You've not really determined the rules on which he operates.
No.
He does have
He
a
does.
set of rules, what he values and what he devalues.
He does create things. Well, does upgrade things when given to him for a price.
So
Of course, you can all
anyway,
meet him next
my
time at the wedding.
measurements. I assume inverse square law.
Yeah.
Basically, twice the concentration, twice the radius.
Yes.
Well, that shouldn't have
Okay.
been twice the concentration, 3
And
times the radius.
how big is it? As I'm thinking that if we can't make it, explosives out of this, we could basically just take a bunch of flowers, lob it at the enemy city, and just wait them out.
We're hurt more by the flowers.
Yes, you specifically.
We want
You might need to ask the necromancer about your nature.
That's actually part of the part of how this siege warfare would develop. Basically, surround an enemy city from several sides, but aim at the same place roughly. So there's a concentration at the enemy, but we don't get exposed because each of us only handles one flower per trebuchet or catapult. so you're not exposed to it as much. But then you lob like 70 flowers directly into their city, and yeah, that should fuck them up real bad. Am I a genius at murder or what?
That's why I put number one. That's why I put best murderer 2 years running in your description.
If you ask for George's help in forging stuff for these, he will help you.
Of course, there might be unforeseen consequences to using the flowers in such a way, but you could ask an expert.
I mean, if we have an enemy, we could try what acute exposure does. Like just.
Well, we already heard that the compact is an enemy, so
The compact is actively trying to fuck you over.
Okay, so just select a target and we'll get on them.
apparently, I hear a birdie wants to put a bunch of flowers in the weapon forge. I don't know why.
Well,
Doesn't seem to be a critical target of their infrastructure, but sure, let's go ahead and do it.
hang on. We know that the flowers can empower things, right?
Well,
Specifically you for reasons that will become obvious when you ask the necromancer.
Well, you see, I was drunk one day and saw a dead guy, raised him up, and put a bunch of flowers in him. And funniest shit happened. He came back to flesh.
Unfortunately, he is not retarded, nor is he a drunkard. Well, I think we should call it here, right?
Yeah, it's
no one
only
else
5
has
hours.
anything they need doing.
No, just the wedding next, really.
Yeah,
And
the
then
wedding's coming up.
Window weapons.
5 hours, and Car's section was actually the shortest ones of all of them. Well, except for Sadler.
Chun's section was rather short, but Chun didn't have much to do.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Oh, it's right there.
Except our yeah. I'm glad it's this. Glad it's one brain cell.
I'm glad nothing changed between games that we were. Okay. All right, I'm stopping streaming right now. I don't think I'll be working next week. Want to do it next Saturday or?
Well, if you're free next Saturday, then sure. Hopefully, everyone's free next Saturday.
I have time.
All right. Well, take care, everybody. Our 2 viewers.